see it. I can see it. You can see it. Watch it.
Welcome back to the Fidelity Bahamas Optimist National Championship, Day 1, Race 1. I am your commentator, Tanaj Manos.
I am Josh Knowles. We are here to watch the Optimus Championship Fleet and Green Fleet racing live.
Soon underway, we have the warning signal going up for the championship fleet. They're about to begin soon. The course is already set. The Green Fleeters will have a smaller course, the triangle course. The championship will have a reach mark to a downwind gate and then a finish line. So their courses are slightly different, and the Green Fleet will be sailing a slightly smaller course.
Even though the Championship Fleet and the Green Fleet have a big skill gap, it is still very competitive racing between both different fleets, with the Green Fleet competing for their top and the Championship Fleet competing for their top, no matter the skill difference.
They will be scored differently. We do have Americans here this time, sailing here in Exuma. We have a lot of the islands, Grand Bahama, Nassau, Abaco, Long Island, Exuma, of course. They will all be representing. They will all be racing hard, trying to be crowned the next Bahamas Optimist National Champion. I can't wait to see who wins green, though. That's going to be pretty interesting.
That's going to be fun, yeah. There are 3 boats total in the white fleet in the champion, so all 3 of them are going home with a trophy. It's just a matter of who comes home with the #1 trophy.
Oh, yeah. The green is going to be so close because there's so many contenders for it, honestly.
Yeah, there are a lot of good. We have Team USA is in Green Fleet. ESC has a lot in Green Fleet. There are plenty of Green Fleets from each club.
Grand Bahama, I definitely think they have one of the
they have a
largest
lot.
green fleets, though. Those guys have been training real hard. During practice yesterday, we had some really nice skills showing up in practice yesterday. They were working pretty hard. We had 3 races for each one of the classes. The winds were much lighter yesterday, though, so that will not be an exact carbon copy of what we should see today. Definitely might change up a bit, but the wind is possibly going to drop off throughout the day. Hopefully it stays like this. Right now, these boats are moving very nicely, nice and quick. I'm hoping that they keep this weather up and they will be able to race this well.
Yeah, all of this is possible with our sponsors, Fidelity, J.S. Johnson, Bahamas Ferries, Ministry of Works, Friends of Exuma for the ESC, and so many other sponsors. We can't list them all. They're all the #1 reason that this regatta is happening.
Oh, yeah.
And it is not possible without them.
Thanks to them, they're big help. We're able to get this underway, give these kids a real chance to show their skills against each other, give them a shot, give them a chance to put their name up and say, I am the best Opti sailor in the Bahamas.
Yeah, we have men's providing the coach boats and support boats for the races, Alive and BTC assisting with things for the swag bags for the kids to have, and we have Augusta Bay for the location of the site for doing the opening and closing ceremony. We have Hideaways for providing rooms for all the clubs and all the kids, and we have all these wonderful sponsors making it possible for this to be done.
Right now on your screen, you're looking at the championship fleet. I'm really glad the conditions picked up like it did.
Yeah, yesterday it was really light.
It is nice and competitive right now. We don't have a whole lot of shifts and stuff going on. We have, I'd say, a steady 12, 13 knots coming from Stocking Island, blowing almost diagonally across the harbor. It's going to be real nice and competitive for these guys. Not a whole lot of huge waves, but some light chop just to make sure that the boats are... They still have a bit of a challenge out there. They have no current to fight against, so they don't have to worry about that when they're planning their courses.
We always got to keep our eye out in this time of year for storms with rain and possible squalls with higher winds coming through, though. Sailors always have to be on the lookout for those.
Oh, yeah. And it will be in these guys' best interest to see those coming early because it can be an opportunity to get on the right side of the course or the left side of the course before those rainstorms walk down, and possibly a chance to get even better winds and stronger breeze on those different sides of the course. So it will be a very competitive and skillful race, and whoever lines it up right will be crowned the champion.
Yeah. They're all out there warming up and getting loose and ready for the races. All the sand and all the sea, like everything underneath, the seaweed, the rocks, the starfish.
Oh yeah, we have some beautiful water for this,
Yeah.
boy. Nothing better. These guys are moving quick though.
Yeah, man, they're flying. The level of green fleet has risen quite a lot,
Oh yeah,
feels like, from the last time.
they really want it. They want
Yeah.
to win this time. They're not interested in just sailing. They want to get first and second and third. We have our first race underway, actually. They are heading upwind right now, heading to their first mark.
Boy, they all seem very, very close together.
Oh yeah, they are well grouped right now.
Yeah.
Everybody is heading on port tack, trying to get onto the right side of the course. I think we have a favorite tack, if I'm not mistaken, judging by the entire fleet being on the same tack.
Yeah. The majority of the sailors are all on port tack as of now. Some of them are trying to come across and starboard, but they seem to be dipping a lot of boats.
Yeah, so it seems like they're probably going to keep that, go all the way to the right side, and then make their final decision closer to the right side of the course. I mean, I don't expect them to do any late tacks onto the lay. There we go. All right, our fleet is just split in half. We now have some boats coming from the right on starboard tack coming across the fleet, trying to make their way back across to keep up the middle of the course and not head too far off to the side too early. I think our guy ahead right now would be this one on the far left, top left side. He set himself up very nicely on port tack. He's just tacked back.
The wind seems to have fallen back, so all the boats are tacking onto starboard tack now, which seems to be paying.
You can tell when you have a very competitive fleet is when the entire fleet is sharing one tack and everybody's on the same mindset at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is our championship fleet right here. Race 1, day 1. Coming up the harbor on their first leg. Everybody is tacking. They are trying to get this jump ahead of the fleet before that first reach mark. Because once you get onto the reach, it's a lot more difficult to overtake boats than it is on the upwind. So if you can set yourself up well on the upwind and get ahead or get a lead or just get yourself, in a good position, it will be a lot easier to defend that position on the reach and on the downwind. Not as many passing lanes.
And the drone is very deceiving. It looks super peaceful from up in the air, but out on the water it feels way more intense and windy and choppy, and they're so focused on their race and the boats around them that they don't even see what's going on in like the bigger perspective, because from here it looks calm and peaceful, but out there it's everything's on the line and it's intense and they're fighting for first.
Oh yeah. Even during the race, mistakes that we might see from the drone or watching it in retrospect, it's completely different. When you're on the water, you don't see it. You don't notice the shifts like you do when you're just watching it up here like this. But with these guys, they pay attention, they're well versed, and they are, they're on it. They're on their skills and they're watching for what they're doing. And our green fleet has just started their race now. Looks like everybody is pretty clean off the line. Got some guys ducking, some guys talking away. Trying to make sure that they're all clear and getting some clean air off the start.
They're all trying to figure out where they are in the race. And a lot of these kids, it's their first time sailing in a regatta. So this is a very nerve-wracking race.
Yeah, we have to give them some real props for this. They are working hard. This is probably their first regatta for a lot of these guys. You know, some of them have just learned how to sail within this year or just learned how to sail last year. And so they are really giving it their best and they are trying real hard to make a name for themselves. The Green Fleet is a super, super awesome opportunity that we have in the Opti Nationals that they are not, you know, forced to race against the big guys. They have a chance to race against persons on their skill level and, you know, have a much easier time and a better time. Well, not exactly easy because they're working hard, but it's a better time for them because they're racing against people on their class and on their level. So it's a lot more competitive for them and a lot more fun. All right, so in the top right corner, you will be able to see the championship fleet, and in the middle of your screen is the green fleet. So like we said, the green fleet guys are racing on a smaller course, almost inside of the championship course, and we will at times be able to see both fleets at the same time. The championship guys have just gotten onto their reach leg, and the green fleet guys are still sailing up to their windward mark. All right, we have a beautiful starboard train in the green fleet heading up to the first windward mark. We're gonna have our first place green fleeter rounding the windward mark, followed by second, third, fourth, and fifth, very closely grouped and tight together. These guys are doing some real nice stuff. So like we said, the Green Fleet will be sailing a different course. Their course is not going to be a direct reach, but a broad reach to a jibe marker, almost a triangular course. And then once they jibe around that jibe marker, they are going to head down to a downwind mark and then back up again. They are doing super good though. Both fleets are pretty well grouped. There's no distinct lines. There's no super far leader in either one of the groups, championship or green. And so they are looking very nice right now. These are the second half of the green fleet heading to the windward mark, starting their rounding to head to the first downwind leg.
Yeah, the boat's stuck on the buoy trying to get around.
Oh boy.
I've already seen one collision so far between two of the Green Fleet boats.
Green Fleet guys are real good at keeping, but they were keeping their cool, and there were a couple of guys yelling protests during practice, but
Yeah.
they know their rules and they're applying them as best they can.
Yep. Our Green Fleet, a lot of them just had our camp about a month ago, and they're really excited to sail in their first regatta and see how they do. And a lot of them will decide after this regatta whether sailing is really for them, if they want to keep continuing and traveling to other regattas, or if this would be they don't want to compete and they just want to sail for fun.
I was surprised at how many of the kids love the Optimist class, though.
Yeah.
Usually, as soon as they start Opties and they learn how to sail, they want to hop in the next boat. But these guys, they really enjoy the Optimist class. I think this is our Green Fleet leader here, BAH 217. That will be Johnson. Fletcher Johnson. He is the Green Fleet leader as of right now, heading around the mark first and on his way down to the downwind mark. And he has established a pretty nice lead against the other guys. And that was mostly between that windward mark and the first leg, because there wasn't a whole lot of space going up to the first upwind mark. And so he's done something nice on that first downwind leg to the jibe mark, and he's gathered a lead for himself, which is very good, very important to do. Got some fancy jibing going on.
Boy. Yeah, like you could see when they're turning and maneuvering how fast the sail whips across because it's very breezy out there. Especially a lot of these kids are very small and under 11, 12 years old, so they're very small in the boats compared to some of the more experienced guys, which have not only been sailing longer, but they're larger and stronger and able to handle the boat better.
So it takes a bit more energy, a bit more focus, a bit more work for these guys to be able to manhandle these boats, especially when the breeze starts to pick up. And so they're putting their work in. They're working hard. I mean, it's not super breezy yet. It's not hiking conditions, but they still have some, serious stuff to do to be able to compete well and to fight for their placement.
In the Green Fleet, the coaches are allowed to sail amongst the boats and help their kids around the course, so boats are able to be around inside the course. As in the Champion Fleet, you're not allowed to coach or assist the sailors. They are on their own, and they're more experienced and are able to sail around. Some of the Green Fleet need coaching, others don't. Some can get around the course just fine all by themselves.
Speaking of the championship fleet, here we are at the first reach mark, heading downwind. This is the middle or second half of the fleet turning around that reach mark and deciding whether or not they're going to jibe before that downwind leg. They have a dead downwind, and so they have that option if they want to jibe or if they don't want to jibe and just continue going downwind. They can either sail by the lee or sail by the luff, which means pointing the boat one way or the other before continuing downwind. As you can see, the fleet is a bit more spread out in the lower half because some persons have decided to jibe, some persons don't want to jibe, and that depends on which side of the course they want to head on that downwind leg. You can see the gate down at the top of your screen. That's the gate that they're heading to, and at that gate they have the decision to either head left or right and continue up the course. And so in the championship fleet, there's a lot more decisions to be made. There's a lot more pre-planning that they put into it before their race even starts, which side of the course they want to head on to, and it just makes the race a lot more competitive.
Yeah, the downwind, it looks like they're kind of just sitting there and relaxing, but the downwind is as important as the upwind. If you're really good at going downwind, you can catch just as many boats as when you're going upwind. So the good sailors will be focused and working as hard as they can, both up and downwind, versus the boats that tend to just be like, okay, in the downwind I can catch my breath and take a break. They'll tend to lose boats on the downwind versus those who work really hard and can catch a lot more boats on the downwind.
All right, we have our championship leader right now going around the first gate and heading upwind. Oh, it looks like he's going to do a cover tack. That, good sir, is Emmett Knowles, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, 176 ESC.
That is Emmett Knowles in first place right now. He's going to have to fight very hard against the rest of the fleet to keep that position. He has about a 5-second lead on second place and probably about 9 seconds on third.
And that boat that just tacked behind him, number 65, is Finley, who is very experienced from Eleuthera. And Emmett has been sailing in nationals the longest. This is his 6th nationals, his last one. He's hoping to finish it strong. Emmett and Finley dueling upwind.
This is beautiful. This is exactly what we wanted to see. You know, some real close competitive racing, some very grouped together groups. You know, you don't want to see the fleet spreading out and constant winners and the same guy winning and the same guy losing. You want to see, you know, persons fighting for positions, everybody getting a fair chance, everybody, you know, having an opportunity. So now you can see the screen. It looks a bit mixed up, but we do have boats coming downwind and boats coming upwind at the same time. The upwind boats are on the third leg of their race. Sorry, the fourth leg of their race, heading up to the finish. Emmett is tacking before.
Yep.
That is a USA boat Emmett is now dueling with. We can't get the sail number, but when we do, we will give you their name. It's a dry grace.
Boy.
There we go. So Emmett right now is dueling against Sullivan for the lead of the Optimist Championship fleet. And they are going at it right now, boy. They are both rolling very quick. All right, Sullivan has just tacked off. Emmett is going to continue on his course on port tack. So Emmett and Sullivan are still dueling for the lead. Right now they have gone for a split tack. So that is a match racing strategy. So either Sullivan or Emmett are both confident that they can split away from their opponent and possibly gain something better. As you can see, Sullivan has just tacked back. And they are confident that they can possibly get something better than the other person, or they have more boat speed, or that side of the course is better. And so when you gain that confidence, then you can go ahead and say, all right, I'm going to try for a split tack or a Hail Mary, go off to this side and hopefully get ahead of him. Now, if you don't think you have that confidence, you will probably cover. But neither one has gone for the cover here, and so they are confident in their boat speed and they're confident in their tactics.
Yeah, some sailors prefer to sail near other boats so they can compare their speed and their pointing angle compared to other boats, versus others like to sail on their own and are confident in their skills. Emmett is falling back now. We'll see who crosses.
This is intense. This
Yeah,
is
good
beautiful, boy.
race. Now, we haven't seen Finley in a little while, so he's going to have to come back, and we'll see if he crosses or not. Right there, it looks like Emmett was most likely going to cross, so he tacked, and Sullivan tacked away from
And
Emmett.
here comes Finley
And here
McKinney
comes Finley.
on starboard tack.
Finley has right away.
Emmett is more than likely going to tack. There he goes. Yep. Wow, this is close. First, second, and third are quite close right now. Finley is putting the pressure on Emmett, and Emmett is fighting right back. Emmett is right now outpointing Finley, trying to squeeze him out and get him into the bad air, and Sullivan is coming back up on the left-hand side of the course, trying to challenge both of them for the lead right now. And so we have a split tack and a cover situation going on at the same time. This is a three-way match race going on.
Now, Emmett and Finley have right away right now. They're on the starboard tack. So Sullivan is going to have to keep clear of them. He's either going to tack or cross. Ooh, Finley and Emmett both tack away.
Wow.
Fast reflexes on both of them.
Boy, oh boy.
It looks like Sullivan is pointing higher than both of them as of now, but they both finished tacking. Boy, we have a race here.
This is a drag race right now. We have Finley on the left-hand side, Emmett in the middle, and Sullivan on the windward side of all two of them. And they are right now trying to figure out who has the fastest opti out of the three of them. This is very interesting.
Finley and Emmett are in the red fleet, and Sullivan is in the blue fleet. So Finley and Emmett are racing for the top title in their class in the red fleet, and Sullivan is racing for the top in blue class. Emmett called starboard on Sullivan, made him tack, and Finley is going off on his own on port tack. Finley is tacking back, and Emmett is also tacking back.
Oh my
So
goodness,
now
this is...
Finley on starboard has right away over the two boats coming on port tack, so they have to keep clear.
As long as these boys as long as they keep it clean, we're not going to see any protester penalties coming out of it.
All three of them have very, very good boat speed.
Oh boy, Emmett has been forced to
right.
tack away, and Sullivan takes the lead of the championship fleet. Emmett is possibly now into third as Finley is pushing him out to the left side past the left-hand ley line. That is a very strategic move by Finley.
Ooh, they both tack back. Finley is getting bad air from Emmett, so he is either going to have to outsail him or tack away to get his own air. believe that is the finish line.
Yeah, they are sailing up to the finish line right now. So, as
Finish
it
line is the orange
is,
buoy up there to the
right,
top
the
left.
pin end, not the yellow triangular buoy, but it will be the pink buoy, the small pink buoy at the very top of the screen. So right now, Sullivan is ahead, but he is also leeward, and he is sailing up to the committee end of the line. Emmett is coming in behind Finley, and they are both back, but they are slightly windward. But I think Sullivan is going to take the first race. We're going to see how it goes.
Emmett is tacking away, and Finley is following him.
They are still fighting for that lead right now. Every point counts when it comes down to these races. When you have racing this close between top three boats, every point is going to count. All right, Sullivan has just come through the line. He takes the first race of the Fidelity Bahamas Optimist National Championship. He
Emmett,
takes first from Finley and from Emmett, and we're still having this duel going on between Finley and Emmett for who's going to take second and third.
so that will put Sullivan in first for the blue fleet. And
They
looks
are
like
attacking every
ooh,
second.
most likely Finley, I believe, is going to take that one.
Yeah, it looks like Finley. Finley has gotten second place and Emmett third. What a race, though. Wow. That was a duel from start to finish. Beautiful racing from these guys.
That puts Finley in first place in red fleet and Emmett in second. Beautiful race.
Well done. Well done by all three of them. We saw a lot of strategy. We saw pressure put on each one of them. They all dueled it out and they all went for it, all out, all on the table, cards on the table. All right, we have a couple more of the championship guys coming up, and it's just there's match races all throughout the fleet. They are all so close and working very hard. This is BAH versus a USA boat. So Connor is going to be behind BAH right now. That is another match race coming to the end. So that was Connor versus Leon. Leon took the finish line, and we have yet another match race coming up to the finish line. My goodness.
So the two of those were also both in blue fleet, so they were competing for second and third in the blue fleet.
Wow. The fleet is super close, super close. Wow, two boats. They are just trying to. That's Everett on the far side of your screen, right up there, just finished. The fleet is super close, though. We have match races going on all throughout. Three-way ties going on. It's beautiful, though. This is the type of racing that we want to see. We don't want to see the same person winning every race. We don't want to see, everybody, far behind. But we want to see consistent and even racing. All right, so Everett has just placed first for the White Fleet, came through the line in first for White Fleet. So if you're wondering what we are meaning by the red, blue, and white fleet, these are different age categories inside the championship fleet, and that is how they will be scored. There will be an overall. This is separate from the green fleet. The green fleet means they are beginner sailors within their first novice year or their second year of sailing, and the red, blue, and white fleet are different age categories inside the championship fleet, and they will be scored separately from each other. And so, like we said, these fleets are broken up just for the purpose of giving everyone an equal opportunity to race against their equals, to race against someone as close to their skill set as we can get them, so that there's close racing, there's fair racing, and everybody can be happy at the end of the day. You don't want to be put up against someone who's been racing for 7 years and you've been racing for 2. makes it really difficult, and it makes it quite frustrating at times.
It's a very, very close race. I'm sure all the competitors are right now checking their rigs and making sure everything is good for the next upcoming races, and those that are finishing are still fighting hard. Every point counts because next race, the boat that got first could get last, and then the boat that got last could get first. So you never know what's going to happen. The first race is always the first one which people have the most nervousness and have a harder time getting the feel for the boat, so they'll all just get better as the day goes on.
So we just want to say good morning to Erica watching all the way from Hermitage, and we'll be here shortly. We also want to say good morning to our regular Cynthia Weaver, all the way from Oklahoma, of course, to Amara Davis, and to Captain Plug. Good luck to all the sailors. Yes, of course. We want to wish them the best of luck and fair winds and following seas at all times. I am so happy for the weather, though. This is beautiful. The last Opti Nationals that was hosted here in Exuma, we did not see weather this nice.
Yeah, Opti Nationals 2020 was one of the first regattas after the COVID lockdown, and there were lots of sailors, but it was an extremely breezy regatta. It was like 17, 18 knots, and we had half the Green Fleet had to sail in a separate cove behind in Jolly Hall because it was too windy for them to
Yeah.
sail out in the open, and it was a very, very intense regatta. So this is a much more calm regatta compared to that.
It was intense, it was frustrating for some, but in the end, everybody was able to race well and do well.
In that regatta, Tanaj here won the Green Fleet. He was kind of like a full-grown man in an opti in all that breeze. Some of the race committee were complaining at us, like, why are you putting these adults in these boats? He won the Green Fleet behind, and our championship fleet did not do as good in that regatta. We were all kind of just trying to survive.
All right, so for those of you just joining, this is the Fidelity Bahamas Optimist National Championship 2024. Race 1 for the championship fleet has just completed. Green Fleet is coming up to their finish line as we speak. We had the USA boat finishing first, Finley second, and Emmett third. Very close race from the championship fleet, and yet another close race from the Green Fleet. Beautiful racing from everyone. Quick weather update. We have about 12 to 13 knots blowing diagonally down the harbor, light chop, and no current. So beautiful conditions for Optimist racing.
Thank you, Mins, again for the sponsored boats that are out there as coach boats and helping run the races.
So the first place finisher for the championship fleet again was Sullivan from the Southern Yacht Club, USA. Second place finisher was, of course, Finley McKinney from Nassau. And the third place finisher was Emmett Knowles from here at the ESC. All three fought very, very, very hard from the downwind mark all the way up to the finish line. And Everett was the winner of the White Fleet, also from the Southern Yacht Club. The Southern Yacht Club is being well represented right now, winning the White and the Blue Fleet and being the overall finisher. Well done.
Yeah, the first place finishers for white, blue, and red were all very, very close together. And even though Red Fleet is the oldest sailors, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're the top sailors, because just like a lot of these kids have been sailing just as long, even though they're younger. And the Red Fleet, a lot of them, this is their last regatta. Emmett is going to be sailing for the last time. Nash Cartwright is going to be sailing for the last time. A lot of them are going to be leaving after this regatta because of height and getting just too big for the boat and aging out.
Callum will also be sailing for the last time. This is his last Opti regatta. Well, as far as we know, they're all planning to age out and either move into sunfish, lasers, or double-handed boats. That was a very nice race, though, I have to say.
That was a very good race.
I really hope we get to see match racing like that for the remainder of the regatta.
Yeah. Close races are always much more interesting.
They're
Than,
they're a lot more intense too. Being the person in the close race.
boy. Again, we would like to thank all of our sponsors: Fidelity, J.S. Johnson, Men's Water Sports, Hideaways Hotel, Augusta Bay, Alive, BTC, Bahamas Ferries, Ministry of Works, Friends of Exuma, and many more that are all assisting and helping make this regatta possible for all of these sailors to come out here and compete.
Yep.
Check, check. Hey, Tanaj, in a few minutes, you're going to be joined by Administrator Donald Roll from Regatta Desk, okay? I'm going to grab him right now. But y'all just talk about right now sailing in Exuma, what it means and stuff like that.
The SC is super, super, super honored to have the opportunity to host this type of regatta. We've hosted it once before. This is the second time now, and so we have a bit of experience with having it here in our home harbor. A lot of our Opti guys having the opportunity to be here at home and to race in the regatta, not having to travel, just makes the chance to race a lot more accessible, a lot more easy. Bringing these type of large regattas to the outer islands, to the family islands, and not only having to facilitate everything in Nassau. And Nassau was super, super kind, being able to bring down a lot of their boats thanks to Fast Ferry, who brought the container in for them for free, filled with 32 Opties. Rigs, spars, blades, everything. They were able to ship it all down here and to launch out of the harbor. And Exuma is well known for the beautiful conditions to facilitate sailing, facilitate regattas, and it's just great for competitive racing because we have such nice conditions. You travel and stuff like that, and a lot of persons talk about how difficult it is to host regattas at their home venues because of the conditions that they face. They face untimely winds, they face very bad sea states, bad current, but we are blessed to have such a beautiful harbor to facilitate, once again, competitive racing and wonderful racing. The Optimist class is actually quite picky about what type of weather they like sailing in.
Yeah. Especially some of the kids that are aging out, they want lots of breeze so that they get a chance to hike out and use that breeze to their advantage.
Yeah, in the Opti class, you always see a pretty clear line between the larger sailors and the smaller sailors. The smaller sailors want as little wind as possible, and the larger sailors want as much wind as possible.
Yeah.
The Green Fleeters, they definitely don't want a whole bunch of breeze, but the Red Fleet and the Championship Fleet, they want to be 100% hiked out, and they want to push their boats to the limit. But the build of the Optimist, the sail plan, and the hull shape doesn't take too well to choppy conditions because of the flat bow and the flat bottom. It is It's much better for low chop conditions, preferably flat water, um, moderate to calm breeze, nothing too puffy, nothing too shifty. Uh, but they're well built boats, I have to say. They facilitate teaching how to sail very easily, being able to fit more than one person in there at times, having the airbags so that when they inevitably capsize, the boats don't sink to the bottom.
Yep. And don't let the Optis fool you. Even though they are a small boat with kids in them, it is still one of the most competitive classes in the world, and they're used worldwide and one of the most competitive sailing classes. They're a very intense and just general like difficult boat to learn and compete in compared to some other boats, because even though they're small, they have a lot of stuff you can tune and adjust to make them faster, which makes them very complex when you get into racing them. And they're a very difficult boat to go international and sail and compete around with.
Oh yeah. The number one thing that we try to get the learning students to understand is that paying attention to your boat, paying attention to not only how you sail it, but also how you rig it and how you set it up will make a huge difference in these type of classes. I really can't think of any other boat where attention to detail can be so imperative and so important. These boats, when you rig them incorrectly, you can really pay the price for it. You don't notice it right away, but in the long run, especially in the fleets like the championship fleet and such, if your boat's rigged incorrectly, you notice that loss in speed and you notice that sluggishness in the boat if you're paying attention to it. And so we really try to help them understand, how paying attention to your boat can really make a difference. Going that extra mile to make sure all your sail ties are at the right distance, making sure that your boom is properly angled, your mast rake is in, your whole rig is just tuned in all the way. But these guys, they're doing a really
Next
good
race in
job
10
of
minutes.
picking up their skills, picking up that know-how, and just learning these things really, really quickly. Our next race will be coming up in about 10 minutes or so. Start of the championship fleet, race number 2, day 1 of the Fidelity Bahamas Optimist Open. Right now on your screen, you can see the green fleeters just sailing around, staying warmed up, staying prepared for their next race coming up. I mean, that is something that we at times take for granted, staying warm in the boats. I mean, if you sit around and you just let your muscles get cold, you're going to feel that later.
I can almost guarantee that the Team USA is not at all getting cold sailing down here compared to where they sail from.
It is good and warm. All right, championship race 2 will be starting in about 10 minutes or so. Our leader right now is Sullivan in the blue fleet, seconded by Finley McKinney, and third is Emmett Knowles, both in the red fleet. And their second race will be coming up just shortly. I'm hoping that we have another close race like that again.
Yeah, that was a very intense race.
That was really nice, really, really nice. Great skill, great sailing by the other guys. No penalties in court, especially with boats being that close. It's really important that you don't hit anybody, because you can really end up paying the price. If you have to do 2 penalty turns with a fleet that close, that can end up being 3 or 4 positions, and in the long run, that's a major hurt, major hurt. And so you don't want to have that type of thing happen. So it's super important that you know your rules, you not only know them, but you apply them, and you pay attention to what's going on around you, the boats around you, the persons around you, so on and so forth.
And you can see the reflexes of a lot of the sailors, like when Emmett and Finley were dueling upwind. When one of them attacked, the other one would immediately reply and tack with them or tack away, and all of their reflexes were super fast and sharp, and each wave, each puff, each adjustment, they're all ready for it and they know it's coming. These kids are very experienced, and well, I shouldn't say kids, a lot of these are 15, and they're all very, very experienced in these boats, and they're ready and prepared for what's coming.
So we have cheers coming from Harbor Island for Alex, and we have cheers coming from Williamstown for Craig. We are cheering for them too. We are hoping that they have nice, clean races, competitive races, and they just place very well. Both of them are in the green fleet, if I'm not mistaken. I'd like to be corrected. Craig is in the red championship fleet. He's in the oldest championship fleet, so he will be racing against the big guys. Hey, looks like the skiff's up and running.
Yeah. We were out practicing yesterday, and we gave the coaches that came down to use our boat the shifting cable, which is a necessary part on the boat, broke the first time we sent it out. So they didn't get to coach their kids in that boat yesterday. So the fact that it's out there running now is great.
We have another rooter for Emmett. Watching from Lawson, Missouri. Emmett has got fans all over the world, boy.
Yep.
That's a famous little dude right there.
Yeah.
We're gonna take a 5-minute break. So
And there will be another regatta, the Sunfish Junior National Championship, coming up in November. And my brother Emmett will be moving out of the Opti class and immediately competing in that regatta as well. So he will have a chance to not only compete in the small Optis, but in the bigger Sunfish.
I am so excited to see his skill in match racing in a Sunfish, boy.
And he has been talking a lot of smack, so we're going to see.
That he has.
Indeed. Because right now he is one of the larger sailors in the Optis, and he will go from being one of the larger to being the smallest in the Sunfish class.
hey guys, cue up the break.
All right, we're going to have a 5-minute break coming up now. And we're back. Jenkins Boatworks has recognized Joss Knowles. We are going to be starting with the Green Fleet soon. They are. Oh, no, they're actually underway. They've started their race. Wonderful. So the Green Fleet have started their second race for day one. The Championship Fleet are about to line up and start their race. They should be about 2 minutes away now within the P flag. And so rules apply. And they are getting ready for their race now to start soon. Yeah, these are our Green Fleeters on the screen right now. Boy, they are going, bro.
They are working hard.
They
out
are
there.
working super hard right now. I think the wind has actually picked up a bit. I'm seeing a bit more white caps on the camera. I am seeing tacks and tacks and tacks. So many tacks.
There are 21 Green Fleet boats total and 28 in the Championship Fleet, so the numbers are quite close. And next year, all of these boats competing in the Green Fleet will be competing in the Championship Fleet.
Oh, we have a little collision on the right side of the screen, a little pileup. There were a couple of boats caught together just now.
Yep. You're only allowed to compete in the Green Fleet for 1 year, and after that, like, especially if you end up winning it, you're not allowed to go back into the Green Fleet because it's kind of like your pre and warm-up regatta before your next one.
I am super proud of these Green Fleet guys, though. We're not seeing a whole lot of them getting stuck in irons. We're not seeing a whole lot of them, capsizing and stuff. And so, like we said, that's a huge development for these guys. They've only started their first novice year or their second year of sailing, and so they are pretty new to the sport. And this is their first major regatta or first regatta at all, and they're doing super well right now. Like we said, you can see they're working crazy hard. They really want to win. Winning Green Fleet as a novice sailor can be that's a pretty high honor, honestly. Just being in your first year of sailing and winning the Green Fleet, you'll be pretty proud of yourself, honestly. But it all switches around when you join that Championship Fleet. The skill level is a huge jump forward.
Yeah, sometimes you leave the Green Fleet and you feel like, oh, I can do this. I'm a really good sailor if you like win it, and then you go into the Championship Fleet and you realize that it's a whole different level. But the Green Fleet are working just as hard as the Championship Fleet. Even though their skill is not different, they are still doing their best and working as hard as they can, and it's the same as the Championship Fleet.
Speaking of, the Championship Fleet has just started their race. We saw them a minute ago on the screen. And this is the Green Fleet. We're back to Green Fleet now. Once again, I am so proud of these guys. We have all the guys on starboard tack heading up to that first mark. And a roll tack made by the first place guy. That is nice to see in the Green Fleet. We just had a roll tack.
A roll tack is a maneuver where when changing sides of the boat, you heel it over, when you lean the boat, and when you bring it down, the boat speeds up. So it is usually an advanced maneuver, but some of these guys are able to do it sometimes on purpose, but other times it's on accident. But it still works.
We saw a possible starboard to port situation just now on the starboard ley line between two of the boats. We will be hearing about that later if it was something.
It sounds so peaceful from here looking on the race from the drone, but all you hear on that course is kids screaming. That's all they're doing right now.
Starboard, leeward, some of them even scream windward when they don't have rights, but
they're just screaming nonsense half the time just to try and intimidate the other sailors.
All right, we're here with the Championship guys now. Once again, a very close fleet heading up to that first windward mark. They are racing very nice. We can see weight coming off of the boat. That means they have some good speed going right now, some good boat speed, some good commitment to the racing. Once again, a very close top three we have going on here. Actually, a top four. There is one boat off to the left-hand side that is a possible contender for the lead. It's all going to come down to who rounds that first windward mark. Then we'll get the clear-cut version of who's in first, second, third, and fourth. Yeah, the wind has definitely picked up, though. We have a few more white caps on the water. The boats are moving a bit quicker. They're doing super well right now, though. Like we said, we're crazy proud of the Green Fleet guys. Getting through the course, they're doing super well right now, especially with the wind picking up. They're moving along. The first place Green Fleet leader has just went around the jibe marker. He's not on screen right now, but he just went around the jibe marker, and he has a nice lead on the rest of the fleet. Championship is still making their way up to that first mark. As you can see, the first three boats are the ones furthest to the right, and they are quite close. They are quite close because one or two wrong tacks and that lead is going to disappear. Here we are with Green Fleeters at their jibe mark. This is going from leg 2 to leg 3 on the downwind, and we still have a few of the boats in the Green Fleet class deciding not to jibe and sailing by the lee downwind. So that is yet again another advanced move. We talked about it earlier, but that's when you decide which side of the course you want to take as you head downwind. And so, as we said earlier, that's an advanced move, and so we're happy to see that happening in the Green Fleet. All right, here we are at the upwind mark for the championship fleet. First, second, and third trying to establish themselves. Now, I don't believe anyone can make the mark at this point in time, so we're going to see at least 2 more tacks from the first and second place boats. There goes second place. All right, first has caught a very nice lift at the end there. They're going to be able to get around, and they have a good lead on second and third right now.
Cannot confirm the sail number, but I believe that might be Finley. Not 100% sure.
Yeah, that is possibly Finley, then Sullivan, then Emmett. We're not 100% just yet.
Little too far to tell.
Unfortunately, we do not have the results of the first Green Fleet race just yet, but as soon as we get them, hopefully during the lunch break, we will update you with who finished first, second, and third in both races.
The Green Fleet tend to do their races quite fast compared to the Championship Fleet. With their course being smaller, they do a lot of repeated fast races. And sometimes in events, the Green Fleet have finished their races in one day before the Championship Fleet is finished on their second day.
Like we said, we love to see some good, close racing, and it is happening right now because we have Finley in first, seconded by Everett from the Southern Yacht Club in the White Fleet, and then third is Leon in the Blue Fleet. And so we've had pretty much an entire top 3 change, with Everett now being our second place and Leon in third. All right, Sullivan is in fourth right now, and behind him is Elizabeth, Connor. Also from the Southern Yacht Club. So like we said before, the Southern Yacht Club is being well represented right now. They have 3 boats in the top 5. 2 Bahamians, Finley leading and Leon in third.
In 6th place, we have Preston, and I did not see the boat behind them, but we have identified the top 6 boats, and it seems like a mix-up from the last race.
Yeah, it's been a real toss-up.
Yeah.
So we're going to see some very interesting points getting put up. We're going to see some very interesting racing. It is going to boil down to the last couple of races at this rate. So we are really interested to see how it all goes. An update for the Green Fleeters. The Green Fleeters have just come around their downwind mark, and they're heading up their last leg to the finish line. They have completed their jibe, completed their rounding to the downwind, and they're heading upwind to the finish. We will update you with the first, second, and third finishers as soon as we get the info. That wind is just going up and up and up. We are possibly at around about 14-ish knots by now, if not a little bit more in the puffs. Waves have still stayed relatively calm. Current is still zero. Like we said, beautiful conditions for these Opties right now. The championship fleet are heading along their reach marker. All right. We have our first championship going around the reach. That's Finley McKinney. Second place is now going around the reach marker onto the downwind. Like we talked about earlier, this is where you decide if you want to do a maneuver, if you want to jibe and head to a different side of the course, if you're confident that you can gain something better jibing or doing that maneuver. And so it can be a difference in the long run and in the short game, gaining that overtake. Some maneuvering going on here, trying to get clean air on the lanes going downwind, which is very, very important. The downwinds are super, super important to get that clean air, because if you have a boat directly behind you, when I say clean air, that means you have your own wind. There isn't a boat behind you blocking your wind, which is, of course, super important for sailboats who need wind to move. And so if you have a boat directly behind you blocking your wind, you're going to inevitably go much slower than if you had your own clean air. We just saw a big pump from one of the championship boats. I hope they don't get flagged for that. That was a really big pump for a downwind leg.
A lot of the sailors try to push the rules to the limit and get as close as they can to not cheating, but going as fast as they can.
Oh yeah. Miss Lori Lowe has already given them the rundown on she's going to be on the course. She's going to have her protest flag out and ready, and if she sees something that she doesn't like, if they push the rules a little too far and they cross that boundary, they will be getting flagged. And so getting flagged on the downwind, you can be doing something like rocking the boat back and forth or pulling in the sail very quickly, which is illegal in the Optimist class and in any sailing class for that matter, with some exemption to certain boats. But on these downwinds especially, this is where you see some rocking going on and some pumping going on, and you don't want to have that, because that makes for unfair racing and you're using yourself to propel the boat. Right now we have Leon possibly making a maneuver on Everett to gain an overtake on the downwind. So this is very interesting. So like we said earlier, you want to try to get that clean lane, that clean air, so that you don't get overtaken, and Leon is using that to his advantage. So you can see he's putting his sail almost directly behind Everett to try and block his wind, and you can see it's working for him. His bow is ever so slowly catching up to the stern of Everett, and in hopes to gain an overtake before the downwind leg is finished. So like we say, you do everything to try and push the boats as hard as you can, as fast as you can. And we have Finley up ahead here, just living life. Up here in first place. He's already decided that he wants to go around the right-hand buoy and head over to the left-hand side of the course. I know that sounds a bit confusing, but when you're going downwind, you're facing one way, going upwind, you're facing the other. And so it reverses once you go around that downwind mark. All right, Finley is going for his maneuver right now. He's starting his roundup. Very nice roundup and acceleration from him. All right, now we have Everett and Leon. Leon might possibly go for an attack here. All right, does he try to go for a quicker rounding? Yes, he does.
Oh, here we go.
We have two USA boats coming in very close to the mark. Very wide rounding from
Very
the
smooth rounding though. No
it is
contact,
smooth,
no
yes.
collisions.
You can see the USA boats jumping up on the bow to pull tension on their sprit pole. That's a rigging adjustment that they do, transferring from the downwind to the upwind, just to get a bit more speed out of the boat. Like we talked about, everything in the championship fleet is to get just that smidget more speed, just a drop more speed out of the boats. Wow, the championship fleet is so nicely condensed though. This is very nice.
It's kind of first, a small gap second, and then everybody else. Because right out, it can be difficult when you're like Emmett, who did really good in the previous race. He's going to take the opposing gate, I believe. Oh, well, I'm not going to find out. But it can be difficult when you get sucked back into the rest of the fleet because you can't get away from the other boats. And even if you're a faster sailor, everyone around you is going to cause you to sail slower.
Yeah. When you have a large group of boats like that, all of the sails together can actually create updraft and dirty air. And so sailing in a large pocket of boats like that may not be in your best interest at all times. And so, whenever you're trying to gain that advantage, you want to be in clean air, but you don't want to just separate from the rest of the fleet. But Emmett might possibly be going for a Hail Mary or a split tack like we talked about earlier, and clear out to the other side of the course and possibly catch something a bit better than the other guys and try to gain back a few positions.
If the championship fleet gets all of their races in, which is 7 races intended, if you get all or 6 to 7 races in, you are able to drop one of your races. So the worst score that you get, you can drop that race. So a lot of the sailors are going to be relying on saving that drop to be as small as possible. So like Finley right now, if he was to win all the next races, he could drop a second place and have all first. But if Emmett gets, say, 5th in this race, that means he wants to do really good in the next races so that that 5th is the race that he drops.
So yeah, like we said earlier, when it comes to these regattas and such, pre-planning is everything. Not only for what you're doing on the race course, but how you set yourself up in the overall, how you set yourself up in the rankings, where you come in the races. And there have been times where if you set yourself up in a certain way, it may actually be in your best interest to fight against somebody else and make sure that they finish a bit worse than you. And so it's a lot of pre-planning, it's a lot of decision making, it's a lot of it's chess on the water. That's what it is. You're thinking 4 and 5 moves ahead so that when it reaches there, you're at the best. Like we said, these guys are setting themselves up very well. They had a very nice first race. Finley's having a very nice second race. We don't have Sullivan's ranking just yet, but he won the first race. We're not exactly sure where he is in the second.
The last time we saw him, he was around red fleet and white fleet. So even if he finishes in 4th overall, because of his age, he will be positioned in 1st for the blue fleet. The white fleet is 10 to 11 years old. All the 10 to 11-year-olds are competing in white fleet. And then all of the 12 to 13 are competing in blue fleet. All of the 14 to 15 are competing in red fleet. So the ages depend on what fleet you are competing in. So the older sailors are racing against each other, and the younger sailors are racing against each other.
And then, like we discussed earlier, the green fleet is not an age-specific category. It is simply there to allow the newest sailors, so sailors that have just completed their first novice year or their second year of sailing, to race against other sailors that have just completed the same amount of experience, and so that they are all on a level playing field and they are all racing on even ground. All right, we are following the championship fleet up to their finish line right now. So the fleet has spread out a bit more. I think Finley has actually gained a quite commanding lead. As long as he can hold on to it, as long as he doesn't have any major mistakes, he should be in a good setup to win this race.
The boat closest to us at the bottom of the screen is Emmett. He is going off to one side and praying that he catches some wind or something so when he comes back, he'll be able to cross some of those other boats.
Yeah, Emmett is going for a full Hail Mary right now.
And he tacks. We're going to see if his risk pays off or not.
In sailing, we have what's known as the high risk, high reward situation. So you put a lot of risk on the line, you go way out far, and there's a good chance that it doesn't work out. But there's also the one opportunity that you go out there and you get something completely different, and then you have a great race. And right behind him right now, we're looking down at Nash Cartwright in the red fleet. Like we talked about earlier, this is going to be close to his last regatta, his last couple of regattas. And he's just trying to work hard. He's calling starboard right now on 690. Real close cross. I think that's Lil D in 690.
No, that would be Tyrese.
Tyrese.
Tyrese. Little D is 190, so they are very similar numbers. Both of those sails were old sails that I used to use when I'd sail, and one of them, the 190 was originally 690, so they both are very similar sails.
Both ESC guys, though.
Very
190
close together.
and 690. All right, so at the very top of the screen right now, we have Finley, and he's being followed by another boat in second place. So as soon as we get close enough, we're going to identify that sail number and let you know which sailor that is fighting him for second place. The rest of the fleet are very close, though. Between 4th and 7th is very close at this moment.
We have Finley coming up to the finish. He has quite a comfortable gap. Unless he does something break or capsize, he is quite comfortable.
He
Let's
has
not
been
jinx him
confirmed
now.
the finish. He has just crossed the finish line.
Yep.
So that's a first place finish from a BAH boat, Finley McKinney. That is a Nassau sailor.
Luthra sailor.
Luthra.
We have quite a lot of Nassau sailors too. Maybe not at this regatta, but there are a lot of sailors from Nassau.
Martine would tear my head off if he heard me call
Yep.
Finley Nassau. That is Finley's coach. Still trying to identify. That's Everett right there in the white fleet, we believe, finishing second. And third is Connor, if we're not mistaken.
Yes,
That's
believe
Connor
so.
finishing third. Okay. So our top 3 finishers for the championship fleet is Finley McKinney, seconded by Everett from the Southern Yacht Club, and third is Connor, also from the Southern Yacht Club. So like we said before, we'll say it again, the Southern Yacht Club is being well represented here in Exuma at the Bahamas Optimist Nationals.
All right, I'm taking it off. I got it.
We don't know. We don't have the keys. I'm both days.
All right, championship fleet are still finishing here.
Apologies for the break. We had a boat situation, but it is taken care of now.
Yeah, so these are the last couple of championship guys finishing up. So once again, our top 3 finishers for the championship fleet are Finley, second is Everett, and third is Connor. BAH, Southern Yacht Club, third Yacht Club.
We still do not have the results from the Green Fleet race, but those will be coming in soon.
Okay, RJ got second in the second Green Fleet race. That is all of the result that we've gotten so far. We're going to be waiting a bit more.
RJ is an ESC sailor, and he did very good. I'm sure he is extremely excited right now. We will be getting those results soon, I'm sure. The camera can be deceiving because it looks like the land is right behind where they're racing, but in reality, they're in the middle of the harbor and nowhere near that land. It just looks like they're really close to it.
In case you're wondering what that is in the background, that is Stocking Island across from Exuma. I believe that's Starfish Beach in the camera view.
All kinds of boats finishing and talking to their coaches and getting inspiration and learning what they did wrong in that race and what they can do better in the next race.
Oh, yeah.
As soon as you finish, you just want to find your coach boat and identify where they're at and get a evaluation of your race and what you did wrong and what you can improve.
Yeah, if you didn't finish first, the first thing you want to ask your coach is, what do you think I did wrong?
Yep.
What can I do better? Where did I mess up? And I mean, even if you do finish first, those are the questions you can still ask, because you just want to do as best as possible. And so unless you win the race at the World Championship by, legs, then you're not the best. So there's always time, there's always space, and there's always an opportunity to get even better.
Yeah, no matter how good you are, you can always be better at sailing. It's one of those sports that it's almost impossible to be perfect at.
It's beautiful, though, because it shows the work that you put in, the time that you put in and stuff. It actually pays off, and you can see yourself getting faster, and you can see your advancements. So you notice that your work doesn't go in vain. That's one of the great things about this type of sport.
Yeah. And for most sailors, the hardest part is going from Green Fleet and deciding whether they want to continue sailing, because it's not a sport that you could just half-heartedly do every now and then and be competitive. You gotta commit and be serious about it.
Right.
To
We're gonna go
perform
to a
on a
quick
high
break.
level.
So with these type of situations, it's all or nothing. And so these guys have decided, they say, I want to give it my all. I want to race for my country. I want to race all over the world as much as I can. And so they put it all out on the line and they represent themselves. So we're going to be going for a break in just a moment. We'll be back right after this.
Hello, this is Martina Pisani. I am from Argentina. I am here with the Bahamas Sailing Association, but I'm helping everybody who needs help, even the Green Fleet or the Champion Fleet. I'm excited to be here and giving my point of view and my experience. So thank you very much for bringing me here.
Good morning, everybody. We're here at the Bahamas Optimist National Championship. I'm joined by Mr. Nathan List out of New Orleans. And he's brought a team down, part of the Southern Yacht Club?
Yes, the Southern Yacht Club out of New Orleans.
Okay, can you tell us about the team that you brought down?
So I'm one of the parents on the team. Our coach, Scott Lindley, is on the U.S. development team, and he encouraged our sailors to come down to the Bahamas. He said it would be an excellent experience for them, and it has not disappointed.
How many sailors have you brought down?
We brought 5 sailors, 4 boys and 1 young woman.
And they're competing in different classes? Or?
They're all competing in the championship class.
Okay, awesome. How do you like the Bahamas so far?
It's been beautiful. Everybody has been very welcoming. We've had a wonderful time.
All right, good luck out there.
Thank you so much.
All right, gonna get these buoys ready to go on the championship course.
All right, Dallas. So first day of sailing, ready to go?
Oh yeah, man, we ready. Weather's beautiful. Couldn't ask for better conditions than this. The kids are excited, ready to get on the water. The horn and the flag is about to go up, so everyone's about to hit the water. First race should go off in about 50 minutes. We're ready. We're excited.
All right, man. Great stuff. Good morning, Mr. Higgins.
Hi, good morning. How you doing?
Well, for those who don't know, this is Joshua Higgins' father. So they're sailing, deeply rooted in the Higgins family. Of course, Mr. Dwayne Higgins. This is his brother. So, Mr. Higgins, I know you're the head coach for the Harbor Island Sailing Club. Tell us about the team and tell us about what you expect over the next couple of days of sailing.
Well, we have a team of 12 young sailors. Most of them are novice. This will be their first regatta in competition. We're expecting them to do their best.
Yeah.
You know, that's all you could expect for them to do. We want them to enjoy the experience, fall in love with sailing, so that the future of sailing could be, set up. So that's what we expect out of our sailors. But we have 12 of them. I think we have 3 girls, 9 boys, and we expect for them to do their best.
Awesome. All right, good luck today.
Thank you very much.
They are heading upwind right now, heading to their first mark.
Boy, they all seem very, very close together.
Oh yeah, they are well grouped right now.
Yeah.
Everybody is heading on port tack, trying to get onto the right side of the course. Well, I think we have a favorite tack, if I'm not mistaken, judging by the entire fleet being on the same tack.
Yeah. The majority of the sailors are all on port tack as of now. Some of them are trying to come across and starboard, but they seem to be dipping a lot of boats.
Yeah, so it seems like they're probably going to keep that, go all the way to the right side, and then make their final decision closer to the right side of the course. I mean, I don't expect them to do any late tacks onto the lay. There we go. All right, our fleet is just split in half. We now have some boats coming from the right on starboard tack coming across the fleet, trying to make their way back across to keep up the middle of the course and not head too far off to the side too early. I think our guy ahead right now would be this one on the far left, top left side. He set himself up very nicely on port tack. He's just tacked back.
The wind seems to have fallen back, so all the boats are tacking onto starboard tack now, which seems to be paying.
You can tell when you have a very competitive fleet is when the entire fleet is sharing one tack and everybody's on the same mindset at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is our championship fleet right here. Race 1, day 1. Coming up the harbor on their first leg. Everybody is tacking. They are trying to get this jump ahead of the fleet before that first reach mark. Because once you get onto the reach, it's a lot more difficult to overtake boats than it is on the upwind. So if you can set yourself up well on the upwind and get ahead or get a lead or just get yourself, in a good position, it will be a lot easier to defend that position on the reach and on the downwind. Not as many passing lanes.
And the drone is very deceiving. It looks super peaceful from up in the air, but out on the water it feels way more intense and windy and choppy, and they're so focused on their race and the boats around them that they don't even see what's going on in like the bigger perspective, because from here it looks calm and peaceful, but out there everything's on the line and it's intense and they're fighting for first.
Oh yeah. Even during the race, mistakes that we might see from the drone or watching it in retrospect, it's completely different. When you're on the water, you don't see it. You don't notice the shifts like you do when you're just watching it up here like this. But with these guys, they pay attention, they're well versed, and they are, they're on it. They're on their skills and they're watching for what they're doing. And our green fleet has just started their race now. Looks like everybody is pretty clean off the line. Got some guys ducking, some guys tacking away. Trying to make sure that they're all clear and getting some clean air off the start.
They're all trying to figure out where they are in the race. And a lot of these kids, it's their first time sailing in a regatta. So this is a very nerve-wracking race.
Yeah, we have to give them some real props for this. They are working hard. This is probably their first regatta for a lot of these guys. Some of them have just learned how to sail within this year or just learned how to sail last year. And so they are really giving it their best, and they are trying real hard to make a name for themselves. The Green Fleet is a super, super awesome opportunity that we have in the Opti Nationals, that they are not, forced to race against the big guys. They have a chance to race against persons on their skill level and, have a much easier time and a better time. Well, not exactly easy, because they're working hard, but it's a better time for them because they're racing against people on their class and on their level. So it's a lot more competitive for them and a lot more fun. All right, so in the top right corner, you will be able to see the championship fleet, and in the middle of your screen is the green fleet. So like we said, the green fleet guys are racing on a smaller course, almost inside of the championship course, and we will at times be able to see both fleets at the same time. The championship guys have just gotten onto their reach leg, and the green fleet guys are still sailing up to their windward mark. All right, we have a beautiful starboard train in the Green Fleet heading up to the first windward mark. We're going to have our first place Green Fleeter rounding the windward mark, followed by second, third, fourth, and fifth. Very closely grouped and tight together. These guys are doing some real nice stuff. So like we said, the Green Fleet will be sailing a different course. Their course is not going to be a direct reach, but a broad reach to a jibe marker, almost a triangular course. And then once they jibe around that jibe marker, they are going to head down to a downwind mark and then back up again. They are doing super good though. Both fleets are pretty well grouped. There's no distinct line. The second half of the Green Fleet heading to the windward mark, starting their rounding to head to the first downwind leg.
Yeah, the boat's stuck on the buoy trying to get around.
Oh boy.
I've already seen one collision so far between two of the Green Fleet boats.
Green Fleet guys are real good at keeping their cool though, I have to say. I mean, even during practice yesterday, they had a few mishaps, a few little bumper boats, but they were keeping their cool, and there were a couple of guys yelling protests during practice, but
yeah.
They know their rules and they're applying them as best they can.
Yep, our Green Fleet, a lot of them just had our camp about a month ago, and they're really excited to sail in their first regatta and see how they do. And a lot of them will decide after this regatta whether sailing is really for them, if they want to keep continuing and traveling to other regattas, or if this would be they don't want to compete and they just want to sail for fun.
I was surprised at how many of the kids love the Optimist class though.
Yeah.
Usually as soon as they start Opties and they learn how to sail, they want to hop in the next boat, but these guys, they really enjoy the Optimist class. I think this is our Green Fleet leader here, BAH 217. That will be Johnson. Fletcher Johnson. He is the Green Fleet leader as of right now, heading around the mark first and on his way down to the downwind mark. And he has established a pretty nice lead against the other guys. And that was mostly between that windward mark and the first leg, because there wasn't a whole lot of space going up to the first upwind mark. And so he's done something nice on that first downwind leg to the jibe mark, and he's gathered a lead for himself, which is very good, very important to do. Got some fancy jibing going on.
Boy. Yeah, like you could see when they're turning and maneuvering how fast the sail whips across, because it's very breezy out there. Especially a lot of these kids are very small and under 11, 12 years old, so they're very small in the boats compared to some of the more experienced guys, which have not only been sailing longer, but they're larger and stronger and able to handle the boat better.
So it takes a bit more energy, a bit more focus, a bit more work for these guys to be able to manhandle these boats, especially when the breeze starts to pick up. And so they're putting their work in. They're working hard. I mean, it's not super breezy yet. It's not hiking conditions, but they still have some, serious stuff to do to be able to compete well and to fight for their placement.
In the Green Fleet, the coaches are allowed to sail amongst the boats and help their kids around the course, so boats are able to be around inside the course. As in the Champion Fleet, you're not allowed to coach or assist the sailors. They are on their own, and they're more experienced and are able to sail around. Some of the Green Fleet need coaching, others don't. Some can get around the course just fine all by themselves.
Speaking of the championship fleet, here we are at the first reach mark. heading downwind. This is the middle or second half of the fleet turning around that reach mark and deciding whether or not they're going to jibe before that downwind leg. They have a dead downwind, and so they have that option if they want to jibe or if they don't want to jibe and just continue going downwind. They can either sail by the lee or sail by the luff, which means pointing the boat one way or the other before continuing downwind. As you can see, the fleet is a bit more spread out in the lower half because some persons have decided to jibe, some persons don't want to jibe, and that depends on which side of the course they want to head on that downwind leg. You can see the gate down at the top of your screen. That's the gate that they're heading to, and at that gate they have the decision to either head left or right and continue up the course. And so in the championship fleet, there's a lot more decisions to be made. There's a lot more pre-planning that they put into it before their race even starts, which side of the course they want to head on to, and it just makes the race a lot more competitive.
Yeah, the downwind, it looks like they're kind of just sitting there and relaxing, but the downwind is as important as the upwind. If you're really good at going downwind, you can catch just as many boats as when you're going upwind. So the good sailors will be focused and working as hard as they can, both up and downwind, versus the boats that tend to just be like, okay, the downwind I can catch my breath and take a break. They'll tend to lose boats on the downwind versus those who work really hard and can catch a lot more boats on the downwind.
All right, we have our championship leader right now going around the first gate and heading upwind. Oh, it looks like he's going to do a cover tack. That, good sir, is Emmett Knowles, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, 176 ESC.
That is Emmett Knowles in first place right now. He's going to have to fight very hard against the rest of the fleet to keep that position. He has about a 5-second lead on second place and probably about 9 seconds on third.
And that boat that just tacked behind him, number 65, is Finley, who is very experienced from Eleuthera. And Emmett has been sailing in nationals the longest. This is his 6th nationals, his last one. He's hoping to finish it strong. Emmett and Finley dueling upwind.
This is beautiful. This is exactly what we wanted to see. You know, some real close competitive racing, some very grouped together groups. You know, you don't want to see the fleet spreading out and constant winners and the same guy winning and the same guy losing. You want to see, you know, persons fighting for positions, everybody getting a fair chance, everybody, you know, having an opportunity. So now you can see the screen. It looks a bit mixed up, but we do have boats coming downwind and boats coming upwind at the same time. The upwind boats are on the third leg of their race. Sorry, the fourth leg of their race, heading up to the finish. Emmett is tacking before.
Yep.
That is a USA boat Emmett is now dueling with. We can't get the sail number, but when we do, we will give you their name. It's a dry grace.
Boy.
Here we go. So Emmett right now is dueling against Sullivan for the lead of the Optimist Championship fleet. And they are going at it right now, boy. They are both rolling very quick. All right, Sullivan has just tacked off. Emmett is going to continue on his course on port tack. So Emmett and Sullivan are still dueling for the lead. Right now they have gone for a split tack. So that is a match racing strategy. So either Sullivan or Emmett are both confident that they can split away from their opponent and possibly gain something better. As you can see, Sullivan has just tacked back. and they are confident that they can possibly get something better than the other person, or they have more boat speed, or that side of the course is better. And so when you gain that confidence, then you can go ahead and say, all right, I'm going to try for a split tack or a Hail Mary, go off to this side and hopefully get ahead of him. Now, if you don't think you have that confidence, you will probably cover, but neither one has gone for the cover here, and so they are confident in their boat speed and they're confident. And we're back at the Fidelity Bahamas Optimist National Championship 2024, day 1, race 3 is going to be the next race that we are watching. We have finally gotten our Green Fleet results. In the first race, we have first place is Fletcher Johnson, second place is Naham Butler, and third place is Valentina Pinter. On the second race, Fletcher finished first yet again. Richard Dames finished second, and Grayson Kemp finished third. So that's our results for the Green Fleet. They are about to get ready for their third race now. They just came back from their lunch break. The championship fleet is already in sequence and possibly about to start, and the Green Fleet are still lining up and getting ready for their race.
Yeah, and we received news that Emmett had a yellow flag before the start of the second race,
Yep.
which caused him to have a setback on that start. That's why he was a little further behind in the last race. So let's see if we can...
It is possible that Sullivan also had a penalty of some sort because he was also lower in the scoring on that second race than the first race. But like we said earlier, it's all about consistency. Even with the penalty, you have that throwout race, and so it is possible for you to get back up into the running. Right now on your screen is Green Fleet going around the windward mark. The first place boat has already taken a bit of a lead ahead. Second and third are dueling it out. Fourth and fifth are dueling it out, and sixth and seventh are dueling it out. Like we said, this is what we love to see. We love to see some close racing, some overtakes. One winner every time is a boring race. We don't like to see it. We like to see everybody fighting for their position and trying real hard to get ahead of the next guy, using all their skill, using their know-how, and using their advantage as much as they can. All right, so this here is the championship course, if I am not mistaken. They will soon be going into sequence. Sequence means that they will start the 5-minute countdown to the start. And just to give you a quick rundown while we're waiting for them, the start sequence goes 5 minute. The class flag goes up and is followed by a horn. At the 4-minute mark, the start flag goes up, so that means that it can be a P flag, an I flag, a black flag, and these different flags mean different things for being on the course side or how the penalties will be throughout the race. Each one meaning something different. These guys are sailing right now under the P flag and the U flag. The championship are under the U flag. That means that if they are on the course side within 1 minute, it's not good.
Yeah. The black flag is what they put up after the U flag is violated, as in if too many boats are over the line with the U flag and they have to restart, then they put up a black flag. And that means if anyone is over the starting line within 1 minute, they are disqualified from that race and are not allowed to race, or that is not allowed to be their drop race. So even if they get all first places and then get black flag, they have to drop a first place finish, which can really hurt in a championship race.
All right, so right now on your screen, we have the Green Fleet going around their jibe marker, heading down to the downwind mark. In first place is Caden Thompson, and in second place is Nayman Butler, also an ESC male. They're racing right now for the Green Fleet Championship. They are well contenders. They have both had top tier finishes so far, and so they are not out of the regatta. They have a very good chance of still winning this championship. We're not sure where Fletcher is in the fleet. His points are going to count for this race. He won the last 2 races, and so he just needs to stay consistent and stay near the top. These are your finishers right now. Okay, Fletcher is actually
in the lead.
Yes, he is. Fletcher's in the lead, and he is being followed very closely by Caden Thompson. Oh, no. I think Caden just made an overtake.
Oh, Caden overtook him.
Caden made a very beautiful overtake on the leeward side of Fletcher before the downwind mark. Well done.
Now we have Caden in the lead.
Followed close by Grayson Kemp. So that's your first, second, and third right now is Caden Thompson, Fletcher Johnson, and Grayson Kemp. They are then followed by Valentina.
And then we have Bryson after that, one of our ESC sailors who has been very, very excited for this regatta. Anytime you talk to him before this, he is just ready to get out on the water and race.
He was absolutely excited for this. He's been waiting for a chance to race and show his skill against the other guys, and this has been his opportunity. 616 is another ESC sailor. That's Neyman right there. He was a top contender. Another top contender from the ESC. So he's going to be fighting against Bryson. Those two are going to be very close in their finishes a lot of the time. And so we're going to see who comes out on top for the ESC.
A little argument there. You saw him let out his sail and put his hand in the air and started yelling at Bryson to his windward side. And behind them,
wow, he is
He
catching.
took off. Oh my gosh.
Wow, Neyman has made a beautiful maneuver right
just
there.
Passed 3 boats. And behind all them is Tyrell, who was interviewed on ZNS and is also, he came to the ESC clinic and the BNSS sailing clinic. So he has been to multiple sailing camps and is also very excited to compete in this regatta.
All right, so Neyman has made a beautiful overtake
left them, dude.
on,
oh my gosh,
on Valentina and on Grayson Kemp, and he's left them in the dust. That was gorgeous. On the leeward side too, so in case you didn't know, in sailing, overtaking on the leeward side, that's quite a difficult thing to do. And so when it's done correctly, it's a quite impressive overtake. Usually overtakes happen on the other side of the boats.
Because when you have to sail to the leeward side of a boat, you are sailing and they're covering your wind. It's like taking a blanket and just covering your sails, so you're not moving. So the fact that he passed 3 boats doing that is quite impressive.
Very. These guys are doing great though. Like we said, the wind is getting a bit up there. We're possibly at around about 14-ish knots by now. Water is still light chop, no current. We do have a few white caps though, so in the right areas you can get caught by a few waves. But they are doing really well right now to keep these boats under control and to keep them moving fast. This is again our Green Fleet downwind mark, rounding to the finish line.
Now for the Green Fleet, for us who have been sailing and looking on the drone, it looks light, normal conditions. But from experience in being in a Green Fleet and sailing in wind like this, it feels like a 30-mile-per-hour hurricane that they're sailing in, and they're just trying not to capsize, and the water feels cold and deep, and like everything is exaggerated for them out there, being their first time on the water. So I know they're having a blast out there.
All right, so these guys are coming around the downwind mark. They're heading to the finish. Like we said, all the racing so far has been very close. We have another group of 3 boats heading up. And I mean, in these sizes of fleets, this is usually what you see. The boats start to split up into these groups. You'll have groups of 2, groups of 3, groups of 5 sometimes, and they're all fighting out for different positions on the course. Maybe they're fighting for 3rd, they're fighting for 7th, they're fighting for 12th, whatever it may be. In the end, in these type of regattas, you always find that one person who's similar to your skill level, and you end up, fighting against them a lot of times on the course and trying to get past them so that you finish overall ahead of them. We usually call those duels, or that'll be your nemesis for the rest of the regatta. You usually find them on the first couple of races, and then you make it your sworn duty to beat them before the end of the regatta.
Oh boy, we have an interesting finish coming up here. Tyrell, I believe, just tacked and crossed in front. He had right away. And we have Bryson coming towards the finish right now.
Yeah, Bryson is doing very well. He actually took back those positions, going off to the left side.
Ooh, here we go. We have a starboard port situation.
He tacked away early. He's trying to
Yeah.
secure the finish.
Come on, Naaman, catch that blast again.
The coach in me is screaming to Bryson right now to tighten his spread
Yep.
pole. So when you're watching here, you can see, the skill level is a bit different. The tacks, they're a bit different than what you see in the championship, and the strategy and such. It's a bit different, but like we said, these guys, they're all on a level playing field, and they're all racing against people of their own level, and so it's just as intimidating and important to them as it is for the guys in the championship fleet, and that's why we do it like this, so that everybody can have a fair opportunity and everybody can enjoy the racing.
And look, here we have 602 tied up to the race community boat. Them and I think like 3 or 4 other Green Fleet boats have come in because they're getting too tired and they need a break and they don't feel like racing anymore. So a lot of these other kids are sticking it out, and sometimes it's not about winning the race, it's just about sailing the races, that they have a good time and that they have the endurance to go through the races. It's often a big deal for them.
Yeah.
12:30 start for the champion fleet.
Even in the higher levels of racing and such, you will find that sometimes it'll boil down to the persons who just want to fight it out till the end, and the persons who have the endurance and the determination to make it to the end of the race. And that's what it boils down to. I mean, when the conditions get really tough and you're facing 20 plus knots or really bad sea state, the winner is going to be the one guy who said, all right, I'm staying out for every race. I'm going to use my throw out. I'm going to race hard every time. I'm going to go 100% every race and just make it to the end. And that's what it's all about. And that's what the Green Fleet and these lower events are teaching these young sailors. It's all about that perseverance and pushing through and making it to the end.
We have cheers for Harbor Island, Caden, Naaman, Southern. We have all kinds of cheers. Each kid has their own team and their own backup watching them.
Oh, yeah.
And
If there's
all
one
of their
thing that the
supporters.
Green Fleeters got, it's support.
Yep. Because in some of these regattas, all these kids leaving in the championship fleet, the Green Fleet is almost more important just because these kids are going to be sailing in championship fleet next year. So these are going to be the next top sailors traveling internationally and competing all around the world.
It's great to see, though. Those kids out there, they are pushing hard and they are trying to make it till the very end and just do every race to the fullest, do every race to the best of your ability. It's real nice to see. All right, we're going to be having a 12:30 start for the championship fleet. They are going to be starting at 12:30 after their lunch break.
You guys could talk about the area on the screen.
This is the sailing club here that we have hosting the event. Right there in the bottom left side of the screen going by, that's the club home. And in the middle of your screen is where we are, your commentators. This is the home of the Exuma Sailing Club, the infamous Exuma Sailing Club, established in 2013 by Dallas Knowles and Tamara Knowles, the parents of the Exuma Sailing Club. And they have been going strong for so many years and teaching so many kids how to sail, including myself. And they have been super instrumental in the youth ministry and stuff around the island, bringing in a whole different ball game. Everybody's doing track and field, everybody does softball, everybody does tennis, but sailing is the wild card that you just don't see everywhere.
Yep. And we'd like to thank Augusta Bay and Hideaways for letting us use this location for the setting up and opening ceremony, closing ceremony, and we're having a pizza dinner tonight at Hideaways. Thank you very much for that, and I'm sure all the kids are excited to come off a day of racing and eat some pizza.
Oh yeah, nothing's better than getting off that water at 6 o'clock and
Boy.
having something to eat.
I'm hungry and I'm not even sailing. Yeah, these kids are working real hard out there. Yeah. Even though, like, we talk about the Green Fleet a lot, but man, it doesn't get any easier when you're in the championship fleet. There's just more on the line, but it still can be just as hard to rig up and go out on the water some days just because you just don't want to. It's windy, you know you're going to be sore and can barely walk when you come back on, and it's a lot to go out there, and each kid deserves respect for the fact that they're out there sailing.
I mean, when you're sent out by your club, you have the entire club behind you saying, you need to be the next Opti champion. You came from Exuma, you came from Long Island, you came from Abaco, you came from Nassau, right? Don't let this person beat you, don't let this person beat you. And I mean, that's been the talk now for about 2 or 3 months now, trying to figure out who's going to be the next Optimist national champion.
Yep.
There have been a few bets made. We're not going to go public on who's where and who's what. But we have some expectations. We have some hopes. Of course, everybody is rooting for a certain team, but we're not gonna specify. But everybody has a level playing field, and everybody's been doing very well so far. So we're super proud of our championship. We're super proud of the Green Fleet. All 2 of them are doing really well right now, keeping up with the races. We haven't had any postponed races, thankfully.
Yeah, that is a miracle on its own. Usually you have to postpone for we've had days where you don't even go out on the water and you sit at the site for 5-6 hours. Spending the entire time just waiting for the postponement flag to come down, and it never does. And then you just end up going home and then coming out and trying again the next day. So the fact that we're out there and haven't canceled a single race is great.
Yep, that means these guys are going to get an even more fair and even opportunity to race evenly and have their throughout race. Hopefully get all the races in with good breeze, good weather, and all that stuff. So we're not going to hear any, I lost the championship because of a wind shift.
Yeah.
The championship race will be starting very soon. Right now, our top leader will be Finley McKinney. He is in the lead by about 1 or 2 points right now. And the Southern Yacht Club are being well represented. They have a few top finishers so far. They have been consistent in the top 5 and top 3. And so we are hoping to see how it all comes out and how it all plays out.
Yep.
Our Green Fleeters have just finished their race. All the Green Fleeters have just come through the line. We have not seen any capsizes, which is beautiful.
That is quite insane. I don't remember the last time that's happened. Usually by now,
you would have about 3 boats in the water.
Yep. For those of you who don't know, a capsize is when the boat tips over. But in the Opti, it's not like some boats. When you tip over, usually you can get up and just keep sailing. In the Optis, you have to bail the boat dry because it's like a bathtub and it just fills up with water. So when you tip over, you have to take the bailer and you have to bail all the water out before you can actually continue sailing.
Yeah. And when you know the kids and you learn and you see where they came from and how they learned how to sail and stuff, and you saw how much they capsized in the beginning, it does your heart well to see them sailing full upwind, downwind courses around the marks and everything. It's wonderful. It's makes you very proud.
A lot of the time, the Green Fleet capsize before they make it out of the cove, and they spend the whole time bailing and drifting down towards the rocks, and coaches got to come and tow them all out. But these guys are doing really, really good this year.
They are doing super great, super great. They have advanced really quickly. Their camp was just in August, and that's when they learned how to sail. A lot of these guys learned how to sail. And we've just been, giving them info and teaching them this and telling them that, and you're just hoping that something sticks. And we're super happy to see that they're picking it all up and they're learning, and they are hopefully going to become the next generation of championship racers.
Yep.
If they take this and they run with it, all the info that they have right now in the Opti class, they're going to have a real good time.
Yep, and they have, Emmett is really good at the Optis. He's been sailing them for about 4 to 5 years. He's been in the Opti class, so a lot of our guys can learn from him, and I'm sure lots of the other people could learn from Finley, and each club has their mentors and their older sailors who know what they've been doing and have lots of experience in the boat, because some stuff you can't teach without having time in the boat.
Yeah.
Even if all the classroom sessions, all the talk, it doesn't matter if you're not in the boat and feeling what you feel when you're in the boat. That is a necessity.
Yeah, these guys, they've just been doing accelerated learning. We've sent them out in the harbor onto courses, and I mean that's how it is with a lot of the Green Fleeters. They don't get a whole lot of time to get that practice in. but they come out and they surprise us and they show us who's boss every single year.
Yep.
And they do some really impressive things. That's why, now you can kind of understand why we get so excited when we see them split tacking at the downwind mark or roll tacking at the upwind mark. It's super great to see them watching the championship guys and picking up a thing or two and really wanting to win that race.
Yeah. A lot of the sailors, like, their favorite memory is not a good regatta or a race that they did very well in. It's when a giant squall comes through and everyone has to survive, or it's raining and they're trapped out there for like hours. Like, that's everyone's most memorable moments. And what matter the most is not always when they succeed, it's just when they can actually like just make it back to the cove in one piece. A lot of the time is their favorite part.
Yeah, those are the ones that are hard to forget.
Yep.
When 40 knots blows over the harbor, yeah, don't forget that one.
Yeah.
But these guys, they've been sparring against each other for a while now, and so they're really excited to say, all right, we have a chance to finally figure out who's the best green fleeter. There's going to be a whole lot of boasting and talk when we get back on shore later. Usually, I mean, even when the older guys sail, we get back and we start talking about how we wish we did this different, wish we did that different, and telling each other how the rules work like we don't know.
Yeah. And a lot of the time it doesn't matter if they win or lose. They're still going to talk smack when they get back to shore.
Oh, yeah. The smack is inevitable.
Yep.
It's been started for about 2 or 3 months now.
Boy.
I remember a couple of them didn't even know how to sail yet, and they were telling the other guy how they're going to beat them.
Yep.
I mean, you gotta love the competitive spirit.
Yeah. That is a necessity in sailing. You almost can't be a good sailor without an attitude of I'm gonna beat you or not this time.
Even as a recreational sailor, I mean, if you're not trying to be the best, then you're just letting it go. You're letting the boat go, and you're just letting whatever happen. So it's really good to see they have that spirit, and you don't have to teach it. They come with it.
Yep. A lot of our kids really do enjoy sailing because this is a perfect location to sail, because we can sail year-round, and a lot of other clubs they can't because the winter and water gets too cold. And here our kids spend more time swimming in the water a lot of the time than actually sailing. But they have a really good time down here, and our cove is like right on the beach, and at high tide the water comes so high a lot of the time you're pretty much just like you flip your boat off the rack and it's like straight into the water, and then they just like head straight out. Like, they have a lot of fun with that a lot of the time. But most of our kids, like when we have days where we have to clean up the cove or get together and do this, we have more kids show up for that than sailing practice. Like, a lot of them just want to hang out with the other sailors more than actually be on the water sailing sometimes.
Yeah. It's a real good social opportunity that they have made here at the ESC. It's grown so much over the years. I remember no more than 2 or 3 years ago, there were probably only about 12 opties and 9 sunfish or so. Now there are racing fleets in both classes, and the green fleets, we have green fleet, we have championship, we have red, white, and blue in all 3, and they are doing super well. We are so proud of them.
All right, Tanaj, let's take a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll let them know we'll be back at 12:30.
All right.
Yep.
So they're racing well. They are right now on a quick break. They're still trying to. They did one of the Green Fleet races. So the Green Fleet usually do more than the championship. But they're still trying to distribute lunches and get everybody all set up. So we'll just give you a quick rundown of the placements so far, and then we will go to a 5-minute break. So for the Green Fleet, race 1 was Fletcher Johnson finishing first. Second place was Naham Butler, and third place was Valentina Pinder. The second race, Fletcher Johnson finished first again. Richard Daines finished second, and Grayson Kemp finishing third. So we will be right back after this 5-minute break. See you soon.
Hello, this is Martina Pisani. I am from Argentina. I am here with the Bahamas Sailing Association, but I'm helping everybody who needs help, even the Green Fleet or the Champion Fleet. I'm excited to be here and give you my point of view and my experience. So thank you very much for bringing me here.
Good morning, everybody. We're here at the Bahamas Optimist National Championship. I'm joined by Mr. Nathan List out of New Orleans. And he's brought a team down, part of is it the Southern Yacht Club?
Yes, the Southern Yacht Club out of New Orleans.
Okay, can you tell us about the team that you brought down?
So I'm one of the parents on the team. Our coach, Scott Lindley, is on the U.S. development team, and he encouraged our sailors to come down to the Bahamas. He said it would be an excellent experience for them, and it has not disappointed.
How many sailors have you brought down?
In the championship class.
Okay, awesome. How do you like the Bahamas so far?
It's been beautiful. Everybody has been very welcoming. We've had a wonderful time.
All right, good luck out there.
Thank you so much.
All right, we're gonna get these buoys ready to go on the championship course.
All right, Dallas. So first day of sailing, ready to go?
Oh yeah, man, we ready. Weather's beautiful. Couldn't ask for better conditions than this. The kids are excited, ready to get on the water. The horn and the flag is about to go up, so everyone's about to hit the water. First race should go off in about 50 minutes. We're ready. We're excited.
All right, man. Great stuff. Good morning, Mr. Higgins.
Hi, good morning. How you doing?
For those who don't know, this is Joshua Higgins' father. So they're sailing, deeply rooted in the Higgins family. Of course, Mr. Dwayne Higgins. This is his brother. So, Mr. Higgins, I know you're the head coach for the Harbor Island Sailing Club. Tell us about the team and tell us about what you expect over the next couple of days of sailing.
Well, we have a team of 12 young sailors. Most of them are novice. This will be their first regatta in competition. We're expecting them to do their best.
Yeah.
You know, that's all you could expect for them to do. We want them to enjoy the experience, fall in love with sailing, so that the future of sailing could be, set up. So that's what we expect out of our sailors. But we have 12 of them. I think we have 3 girls, 9 boys, and we expect for them to do their best.
Awesome. All right, good luck today.
Thank you very much.
It's always exciting to witness kids sailing, Bahamas Optimist. I believe this is the second time here in Exuma, put on by the Exuma Sailing Club as host. And this is an exciting occasion for the entire island of Exuma, but also for the children and for the sport of sailing. Exuma being the sailing capital of the Bahamas, it's truly refreshing when we see young people from Abaco and Eleuthera and the USA come to Nassau, come to Exuma to really hone their skills and to compete at this level. I think the future of sailing is bright when we see the number of young people who are participating in this regatta here today. Sailing as a national sport is getting a significant boost, a shot in the arm, if you will, but by the skills learned here that will continue on and advance to sloop sailing, and of course we've been to the Olympics before, so all things are possible. I believe if we could have won Olympic medals back in the day before there was the Exuma Sailing Club and before regattas became so prolific in the Bahamas, I know that we will do it again. This excites me about the national sport. It excites me as an Exumian, and I hope that as we continue to move forward, we move from strength to strength. So I am congratulating the Ministry of Family Island Affairs with responsibility for regattas. They do a spectacular job all across the country, and now we are doing it with the Bahamas Optimist. And this is a great day for Exuma, a great day for sailing, and a great day for the children of our country. It's always exciting to witness kids sailing, Bahamas Optimist. I believe this is the second time here in Exuma, put on by the Exuma Sailing Club as host. And this is an exciting occasion for the entire island of Exuma, but also for the children and for the sport of sailing.
Where's Drake? I haven't seen Drake yet. All right. We are back now. We just had the warning signal for the championship race. That means we're within 5 minutes of the start sequence. Within 1 minute of the start sequence. And so they are more than likely in sequence by now. Championship fleet will be doing their third race after their lunch break. They will have this one and then one more to go. That will conclude their day for today for day one. Said day a lot.
Yeah, we did today a lot.
Here they are on the starting line. From what I can tell, it looks like committee is going to be favored this race.
This is often the hardest race for most people because you're right after lunch, you're full, you want to go back in and like take a nap or something, and you got to do another race and have another one after that. But this is most likely the hardest race for most people to go back out after.
Yeah, after you've already eaten and you had those first 2 races, you're already ready to head back into the cove. You're ready for a nap, you want to go home, you're tired.
Yeah.
But we have a lot of boats on the committee end, and so we're more than likely going to see a committee favored start for their 3rd race. The course has been changed around a little bit. They have altered a few of the marks. Like we said, the wind isn't super shifty, but they are still trying to keep it as competitive as possible. So they want to keep that windward mark as dead ahead of the start as they can and keep the course as straight as they can.
Yep, all of them are warming up, making sure they're ready, loose, ready to go win. So a lot of boats, boy, holy cow. All in one spot.
They are just swarming that committee end, boy.
Yep. That is one thing the Opties are very good at, is because of the smaller size of the boat, they are able to stay very stationary next to the other spots on the line, versus some of the bigger boats, when the wind hits them, they just like move straight to the side, and it's harder to stay in one spot. But because of the smaller Opties, you could pretty much sit in one spot. Like one boat just now was like an inch from the committee boat and just did attack. I don't even know how that works. Almost took out the engine.
Yeah, a very skilled Optimist sailor is able to just sit on that line. Once the 1 minute horn goes, they're able to just sit on that line and hold their position. And it does take a lot of practice. They use different techniques, crabbing, holding their boom, reversing, so many different things. They're manipulating the boat to their advantage. And like we said, that's one of those things that just comes with skill and with time and with knowing your own boat and your vessel and how it reacts. You're able to change how it moves. You can even sail it backwards, sail it sideways, and just get it moving any which way so that you have that advantage. You can sit that boat right there at the committee end and not move a single inch.
Yeah, all these guys are super, super good sailors. And like, if you look at a lot of the boats in the Olympics and in the high-end sailing, almost all of them started in the Opti. And whether they were super, super competitive or not, they almost all started sailing in an Opti. And then moved up to the Laser or whatever boat that they choose to sail after that. Me and Tanaj both started in the Optis and sailed them for a while until we were way too big for them and decided to sail other boats, and a lot of them are going to be leaving too. But yeah, a lot of the Opti is a very good boat to not only just learn, but to be very good at learning to compete at very high levels in.
All right. They are all setting up on the line right now. You can see what I'm talking about there. They're all just sitting there. They are stationary. They are all sitting in one fleet, one group, and they are getting ready for this start. There it goes. That is the start of the 3rd championship race of the Fidelity Bahamas Optimist National Championship 2024. We are watching live the championship fleet starting off and heading to their first mark.
All trying to find their own area, and oof, might have had a general recall. A lot of them are heading down.
Yeah, we definitely did. No, that might be individual, and they're just worried that they're over.
No, that's a general recall.
That's general, yeah, that's
they
general.
Had to flag up, so there were too many boats over on the starting line, so
Committee was not happy.
Yeah, they have to redo the start because too many boats were over, and they can't identify which boats were over and which ones were not. So they're having to redo the start and give it another shot.
Now that can be very annoying to be one of the boats that made it off the line cleanly and had a good start, and then it's a general recall, and your guys are out in front, and then all of a sudden you're gonna have a restart, and you're now hoping that they can do it again, do it a second time.
Look at all of them swimming the committee boat. Oh my gosh.
They're all heading over into their waiting zone right over by the committee boat.
They all want to be ready as soon as that flag starts. So each of the sailors have watches so that they know what the time is. So they want to be near the committee boat so that when the start sequence starts and they blow the horn, they get the 5-minute timer on their watch. Because missing that is very difficult. It's crucial to have a very fast start. So they all have their watches set and in sync with the watch on the committee boat.
So this is something that you might not see in a lot of the other classes, is the boat staying very close to the committee like this. You heard us comment on it twice because we're a bit not used to it. The boat sitting so close to the committee. As they're smaller, like we said, they're able to just sit still and maneuver very quickly. But as the boats get larger, there's more length and more weight and more speed to the boats. And so it's much more difficult to sit in that zone like that and just be careful next to the committee boat, because once you get over 12 feet of hull length, 15 feet of hull length, you risk hitting the committee boat if you cannot maneuver quick enough, and then you are in some deep trouble. The committee will not be happy and you will get protested.
Not only will you get protested, you might have to pay for like paint scratches or damage to their boat.
Yeah. But as the boats get larger and the boats get faster, you will notice that they don't stay that close. They tend to move away. Even in some of the much faster classes, they will be practicing the course in between races because they're confident that they can get back to the line in time. Whereas the optimists, they're not as fast, but they are more maneuverable. And so they take the risk and they sit closer to the committee boat and closer to the line because they don't want to travel so far away before the start sequence begins.
Yeah, I have had it happen to me too many times where I think I have more time before the start and I'm up when testing, and then all I see is that flag drop and I'm like, I'm done.
But very good job by the committee, making sure that everybody has an even race and bringing in that general recall, not taking the chance of anyone having a jump start or an unfair advantage at the starting line. From up here in the drone, it did look like there were quite a few boats over on course side. If I'm not mistaken, there were at least about 5 or so on the course side, and just it's not good to have them that far ahead, because once you have that boat length at the start is about 70% of the race. A good start can make or break your race. And so if you have a jump like that, it's going to easily be a major advantage.
Again, we'd like to thank all of our sponsors, Fidelity and J.S. Johnson, Bahamas Ferries for bringing the shipping of all the boats down, the Ministry of Works, Regatta Desk, Friends of Exuma, which is the largest support of the ESC, and the Men's Water Sports for bringing the race committee boats and coach boats, Hideaways and Augusta Bay for providing rooms for the clubs and the sailors, and for the opening ceremony, closing ceremony, and space for all this, because it's not exactly easy to do on a beach.
No.
Yep. And thank you Alive and BTC for assisting with swag bags, hats, glasses, water bottles, all kinds of stuff. The sailors were delighted when they opened their bags. And support of the Bahamas National Sailing School, BNSS, and Gray's Media Production, the race committee, everyone, thank you all for coming out and helping. That's what makes this all possible.
Yeah, huge shout out to Gray's Media. They are the reason that you're even able to watch us right now and enjoy such live commentary, enjoy the live races, and be able to watch it from wherever you are. We've been told that the yacht club in the U.S. actually has us on the screen, on the big screen, how well your sailors are doing down here in
Italy as of now. So the fact that you guys are here makes it much more competitive.
Oh yeah. All right, so these guys are going to line up. They're going to restart and reset and retry for race 3 of the championship fleet. The first race, like we said, was a general recall. There were too many boats over, and so we are going to have a restart. We are also going to have a replay of the last start, so we can take a look at group, and they are getting ready for this start. There it goes. That is the start of the 3rd championship race of the Fidelity Bahamas Optimist National Championship 2024. We are watching.
Line was.
So you see it right there. Watch when the white flag drops on the committee boat. Right about there. So right there, and you can see there's already about half of the fleet is actually on the course side already. They're past that yellow flag and they are past that pink mark. So that means that they have that unfair advantage like we were talking about, and it's not good. It's not conducive for competitive racing, and so the committee said do it again.
Yep, and a lot of the time, sailors can't get lucky because if you saw when one of the boats gets really, really close to the committee boat, their sail blocks the view of the race committee to be able to see everyone else. So you could be right below him and actually be over the line, but the race committee could not see you.
Yep.
So that can be used to advantage sometime. A lot of the sailors put their numbers at the back of their sail so that they can be over and they can't see the number on their sail.
They even, some of the countries, they don't put their flags when you're pushing the line like that and you're trying to get the best start that you can, and there is an individual recall and you're not sure if you were over or not, and you sail the race and you're just hoping to hear that finish buzzer when you go through the line, or else you've sailed that whole race for nothing.
Yeah. An individual recall is when one boat or more, the two boats are over the line, but the race committee does not announce what number it is. So they just put the flag up, and if you feel like you were super, super aggressive, like he was saying, they won't, when you go through the finish line, they blow a whistle. So each boat that goes through, they blow a whistle. If they do not blow the whistle when you go through, that means you were not part of that race. So, like he said, you're just going through the line, just praying you hear that whistle. If not, then you were over and you get a last place finish plus 1 point.
Yeah.
Which can be a real hurt in a race.
Oh yeah, in a championship this close and this similar, it is super, super scary to carry a DSQ or OCS, which is disqualified or on course side. Carry that with you through your racing. That could really, really hurt your overall regatta. It's not what you want. It's not conductive.
Yeah. Like for first place, you'd get 1 point. So the lower points you have, the better. For first place, you get 1 point. For a disqualification, you would get 29 points. And unless you can drop that race, you have to carry those points with you, which pretty much makes it impossible to catch the boat in first unless they also get disqualified or some sort.
Right, and like we were talking about earlier, the different starting flags we were discussing. Under certain flags, if you were on the course side, you inevitably get that disqualification, such as the black flag or the U flag. And when you're on the course side, you get that disqualification, you can't drop it, unfortunately, and so that can be a complete race ruiner. These guys will more than likely be running a heavier penalizing flag now because they don't want to see the entire fleet over on the course side. So that's what you will see a lot. The first start, they'll probably run a P flag, which means if you were over, you just duck below the line. And then at the second start, they might run a black flag, which means if you were over, you're disqualified. And what that does is it discourages sailors from pushing the line so hard that time, and to be a bit more careful and be a bit more mindful of where they are, and take it a bit more seriously.
Here we go. Beautiful start from the championship fleet. I do not see a flag up, so no one was over the line that time.
Yeah, you can see they were a bit further back that time. They didn't want to take the chance. Very nice start. We're seeing a very blatant split in the fleet so far. It looks like a half and half split, which is common when you have steady conditions like this. They believe that the course is pretty even, and so they can say, I will go over to this side and I think I will be fine.
Right here is when they're the closest to each other and they're all jumbled up, and it's important right now to get your own air, because the boats that are on top and the closest to the right side, the boats in the back, even if they're the fastest sailors, there's so much bad air from everyone else. Like all of them just tacked at the same time. Oh man.
That was about 6 boats simultaneously tacking.
So the wind most likely changed angles so that they all knew, oh, we want to go on this tack, and everyone tacked at the same time. So now the boats in the back kind of just have to pray that they can find their own spot.
Yeah, you can see some of the boats further back. They're kind of moving a bit slower. Reason being, they don't have that clear air like we were talking about. They don't have that course advantage to pick which side they want to go at. They're kind of just following wherever they can get the best wind and get their boat moving the quickest. But these guys on the right hand side of your screen, they're out in front, they're leading right now, and they're going to be your top contenders for this first buoy rounding, and they're going to have the best win because they are out in front, they are out in the clear, and they have all the ocean to decide where they want to go. And like we talked about earlier, when you have sailors at this level, they're all thinking on the same line, and so they can feel when that wind changes and when it switches onto lifts and headers. And as you can see right now, pretty much the entire fleet is on port tack in race 3, heading off from the left-hand side of the course over to the right-hand side. And so you will more than likely start to see a few boats flocking off soon on the starboard, followed by a couple others, and as I'm saying it, it's happening. There's a few of them already starting to tack off on the starboard because the wind is oscillating back.
Believe this at the bottom is Sullivan, and straight up from him would be Connor. Sully just tacked there and is about to come on starboard with Connor, who is on port. Those are the two boats, the only two I can identify right now. I cannot see anyone else.
Ooh, that is close.
Close. Ooh,
that is very close. Oh, that is possibly a protest right there.
Might be.
That is possibly. Because that starboard boat was coming up with the right-of-way, the one coming from the bottom of your screen, and the one coming from the left-hand side tacked, but he tacked very close to the other boat, which is a very common and easy mistake to make with that judgment call of whether to tack or duck. And when you tack, you take the risk of tacking too close and causing the starboard boat to luff. And if they luff or if they have to move, it's a penalty. So we're going to see how that plays out. We're going to see if turns happen or if protest boats get involved. With a situation like that, because it is so iffy and so on the edge, it is a possibility to have an on-land protest. So we will see how that goes.
Sully right now is the boat furthest to the right on the bottom side of the screen.
He's looking
on starboard
very
tack.
good.
Yeah, he looks extremely good. He went off to the side on his own, and the wind shifted in his favor. So now as he tacks, he is at a very good angle compared to the rest of the fleet. Ooh, we have a boat sunk.
Is that a green fleeter?
That is a green fleeter.
Oh,
that is
man.
capsized. He is outside of his boat, trying to see if he could bail his boat out.
Yeah, so like we said earlier, you can see what we mean. The airbags keep these boats afloat, even though they're open-top boats like the E-Class or C-Class, the sloops. But when they take on water, they sink. Unlike these boats with the airbags, they keep them afloat, give these guys a second chance. And it's not as serious as a situation. They'll just have to work a little harder to get it all bailed out and ready to go sailing again.
Oh, boy, we're going to have a situation here.
Yeah, we have two sides of the fleet coming together right now. Right-hand side and left-hand side. We're going to see who hit it best.
Oh, he's still bailing. Oh, nope, there he goes. He's underwater
Oh,
again.
no. He's capsizing again. No.
His airbags do not seem to be fully functioning. They have lost some air, so his boat is not fully above the water, so he's having a hard time getting his boat back up.
Oh, man, I hope somebody goes and helps him.
Yeah.
But this is the Green Fleet. Oh boy, he's not
Let's
having
get
a fun
number.
time.
That is Caden Thompson.
Oh, don't name drop him.
Sorry, buddy.
He is trying his best right now.
Happens to the best of us.
All
Oh, it appears, I believe, Sully has tacked back on the port tack.
Yeah, Sully has tacked leeward of the fleet. He's not taking the chance yet, so he's going
Yep.
to delay the cross before the upwind mark and instead drag these guys out a bit longer and say, okay, if we hit a header, then I'm going to be ahead. So, like we said, with the championship fleet, there's just so many opportunities and decisions to be made. And so he's making this decision right now to say, okay, I'm going to go leeward, off to the right-hand side, and then tack back and hope for something better.
Right now, we might have a hard time because, as you see, the upwind mark is approaching, and it appears that the wind would have shifted so that all the boats on the port tack are favored. But if he has to tack right now onto the buoy, the wind might not be in his favor, which could cause a lot of these other boats to pass him. So, wind does not move right now. He's going to get crossed by a lot more of these boats than he's hoping.
Yeah, so like we said, the fleet had done a very major split at the middle part of the course and off the start, and so we're now seeing that the left-hand side of the course has paid off and favored them very well. We're going to ID this boat as he goes around the first upwind mark for the championship. This is race 3 of the Fidelity Bahamas Opti National Championship
Who do we have
fleet.
here? Ooh, he's getting real close to that mark. Ugh.
That is very close. Wow.
Wow, boy.
I mean, from the drone, we can't even tell.
For those of you who don't know, if you touch a buoy, you get a penalty turn, which means you have to spin your boat around, which slows you down and causes other boats to catch up. So touching a buoy causes you to have to do one of those. Hitting another boat will cause two.
Okay, so in first place right now, we have Connor Belowen from the Southern Yacht Club leading the race at race 3, the Bahamas Opti National Championship, doing very well for himself right now. And if I'm not mistaken,
Second place is Finley.
that is Finley
That is
McKinney,
Finley.
right? All right.
Yep,
So
Finley
we
ain't
have,
letting them get too far.
we have Finley right there, hot on his heels. Then we have, believe that is Elizabeth in third. Not 100% sure just yet, but we believe that's Elizabeth in
A
third.
lot of boats coming at the same time to that buoy. Here we go.
Yeah, this is a very close-knit championship, we have to say.
Oof, the boats coming on starboard tack will have right away coming to the buoy to make the other boats get out of the way.
Right.
We're not seeing what's happened.
Up to...
Yep, Finley.
Yep, that's Elizabeth. Oh, yeah, Elizabeth
Yep.
in third.
In the blue fleet.
So first we have Connor Belowen.
Also
Second
in
we
blue.
have Finley McKinney, and third is Elizabeth.
So Finley is currently in first in the red fleet, and the other two boats are both in blue fleet.
Yep. So Elizabeth is leading. Elizabeth right now is the top female in the championship. So far, her numbers have been very nice. Very, very nice numbers. Like we said before, the Southern Yacht Club is being well represented here, and Finley McKinney is giving them a run for their money.
I do not see the sunken boat, so hopefully he got back up.
The Green Fleet have completed their 4 races for the day, and so now they are on their way in. We will have the results for you very soon. Right now, our Green Fleet leader is doing very well. He won 2 races back to back. We had a few ESC up at the top, but we will have official results for you very soon.
The Green Fleet are having a tough time because, as you can see, the wind is picking up and the waves are getting more intense, and there's boat chop and people are tipping over, and they're starting to get tired. I'm sure they are very tired from being out there as long as they have. So those that are still out there are doing very well.
I have to say, one of the most frustrating things in small boat sailing, and even in some of the larger boats, is boat wake.
Yeah, that'll ruin you, dude. Oh my gosh.
something that is not supposed to be expected on a race course, and it's not really respectable to do when you have racers trying to race their courses like this. But the boats, they're doing really well. They're not interrupting the races a whole lot, and so we're very thankful for them. They're skilled captains out there.
So looking out here from where we are positioned, I can see some of the Green Fleet are coming back into the cove. I'm guessing either the Green Fleet is done or the majority of them are backing out.
No, they're done. They've
gotta be
completed their
done.
4.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
All right, so the Green Fleet, like we said, are doing very well. They've completed their 4 for the day, and that means they will have 3 tomorrow. This will allow them to have their throwout race and to, like we said, race very fair and competitively, and to do everything by the book. So we're not going to have any mishaps with the scoring and such, because everybody will have an even playing field to work with.
For those rooting for Naaman and Bryson, we do not have any results yet. Hopefully we can get some soon. All you guys wishing for the Green Fleet sailors, they are doing a tremendous job. We do not have any results yet, but we will get them soon enough.
I can confirm that right now RJ, Bryson, and Naaman are our top ESC green fleeters. They've been finishing very well so far.
And
They
those three have a
had-
rivalry, boy.
They do. They really do. They've had a few top 5 finishes between the 3 of them, and they've been trading out. So it's going to be very interesting to see how the numbers play out at the end of the day and figure out who came in the top 5, top 3, so on and so
Yep.
forth.
Champion Fleet is still out there going hard. You can see them out there past the Green Fleet racing.
Yeah, they are heading to their reach marker right now. Yeah.
But they're all doing an amazing job. I'm sure the Green Fleet is excited to come in and put their boats away and catch their breath before they have to go out tomorrow. Yeah. The championship fleet has rounded the reach marker now. They are on their downwind leg. And I definitely cannot see who the leader is from here.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, we
I
have
just
a
saw
Green
Green
Fleet.
Fleet capsized.
Capsized inside the cove.
In the cove. Oh, my. Oh, there he
Yep,
is. No.
there he is. That is Tyrell.
Neil has put him on the zoom lens.
Come on, Tyrell, you got it.
Like we said, you can see right here, it is not easy to sail these boats. They are trying their best. They are doing their best. And they are doing really, really well, like we said. They're racing. They're making it around the whole course. I mean, we haven't seen any capsizes during the actual race. And so
No, we haven't.
This
Yep.
is really good. I mean, you
Ooh,
don't want to
that's a lead.
capsize, but it's really good that it happens after the race. All right. Finley has really picking up.
That ain't Finley.
That's not Finley? Oh, no.
I believe that's Connor, right?
Yes, sir. That is Connor
He has
Balloon.
taken off and a smooth jibe.
Beautiful jibe by Connor.
Yep.
Connor is absolutely taking off. Finley is trying his best. You can see him bailing out his boat and making it as light as possible, and he is trying his best to catch Connor before that downwind mark, and everything is set in stone.
The 2 boats behind Finley are dueling it out right now. They are very close to each other.
They are.
And when you come to the downwind mark, the boat that is closest to the buoy between the 2 has the right of way when coming to the buoy. So they get to go around a clear course, and the other boat has to get out of their way.
This is a very beautiful fleet, though, I have to
Awesome
say.
race.
It's not a huge fleet, but it is really some quality over quantity here. They have some serious skill, and they have some really close racing in this fleet. This has to be the largest lead that we've seen so far, and it's so out of the ordinary with the skill level that we've seen and the competitive racing that we've seen to even see a gap this large.
Now, if you look, these kids are very, very good because they're not only just
Waving at
going
the camera.
downwind, they're leaning while waving, while working their boat going downwind.
While waving. All right.
Oh, yeah, that jibe
Very nice
is
jibe.
very nice.
All right, let's see the rounding.
If you touch that buoy, we're all going to watch. Clear rounding, no buoy contact. Wow, he is the perfect size for an Opti. Some of the other guys that are leaving are getting a little bigger, but he is going to be working very hard in this breeze.
All right, Finley McKinney has made the decision to follow him around that marker, and he's going on the same side as him. And now they are going to be defending. It's going to be in Connor's best interest to defend as best he can. You can see he just tacked back. So that was another match racing strategy that he just implied that allows him to better cover the boat that just came around the downwind mark. That's a double tack, and he's going to be doing a loose cover. All right, like we said, you can see some of these guys, once they come around that downwind mark, they're going to take the time to stop, tighten up the spread pole, change some things with their rigging, doing it as quickly as possible, and then they get back underway sailing because it is in their best interest, like we said, to have these boats tuned in as best as possible, and you want everything absolutely dialed in because in the long run, in a race like this with championships this close and so much on the line, you want to do it to the very best of your ability at all times. And so these guys much rather take the opportunity and take the situation and do it as best you can.
Yep. This is going to be a very close race because with the wind picking up, the smaller guys are going to have to be hiking harder to keep their boats down.
Yeah, we see a bit of leaning going on now. Yeah.
And the more wind, the happier the larger sailors are. They want more breeze.
So just in case you're curious, we do have one more race after this. This will allow the championship fleet to get in all 4. And that will allow them to have that throwout race like we were talking about earlier, which can make the racing even more competitive and even closer, because this gives them the chance, like we said, to throw away their worst race and to not have to worry about a really bad start or a situation that might have messed them up.
Now, looks can be very deceiving right here because from this camera angle, it looks like Finley is like way ahead of all them, but because of it being from the side, we can't fully know what the angle is because they could still be ahead, but because of it being from this angle, you can't tell who is where.
Sailing is a lot about perspective. We got a coach boat getting towed in.
Oh boy, we have nothing but boats breaking down this regatta, man.
Is that Higgins? That is Higgins,
Yep,
isn't it?
that is.
That's the second time he's gotten towed.
Yep, I think I know exactly what's wrong with that boat. We got green fleeters in here jumping off the dock and swimming into the water, excited from their races. Having a great time.
It's been a really good regatta.
Oh, almost got hit by an Opti just now. Oh my gosh.
But like we said, we're super happy to see the skill level that the green fleeters are running with right now. It is a step up from what we've seen before. I mean, the teaching and the learning, all of it has taken a major step up. A lot of the clubs, a lot of the smaller clubs and even the bigger clubs, after they've had so many years of experience, they've just learned how to teach the kids and what's the best thing for them to learn first, second, and so on and so forth. And the kids are just picking it up so quickly, and they're just grabbing it and running with it. All the info that the coaches and stuff are pouring into them, they're just taking it and they're running with it. There's so many kids, after they rig up their boats in the green fleet, they're asking their coaches to come here and look over this and check over that and make sure that it's all up to standard and make sure that it's the best that it can be because, like we said, these guys, they really want to win. They really want it.
Got some of the green fleeters out there are still on their way back in, and they just have finished and are coming back into the cove. I think there's only like 4 or 5 more green fleets still out there. Now they got to come in and put away all their boats.
Championship fleet is still racing. They are now heading up to the finish line from the downwind gate. Last we checked out, Connor was in first and Finley McKinney was trying his best to run him down. We are more than likely going to see a split tack from Finley. He's going to try to get away from Connor as best he can and get away and get fast. But Connor's not going to allow it. He's more than likely going to cover him for that last couple of meters from the downwind gate up to the finish line and take care of that business.
Yep.
So we're going to be very interested to see what situations they use. Like we talked about, there's many decisions to make, especially in the championship fleet. You have so many options, not just from the gate, but from your attacking, your tactics, who you want to cover and how you want to cover them.
Yeah, because it is almost more terrifying when you are the leading boat and you have a really fast sailor like Finley directly behind you trying to catch up to you, and knowing if you make one wrong tack or you slip once and he's just going to take that and run with it.
Yep. Scary to have a Martine student behind you.
But they are both very competitive sailors, so they will have a very good race.
Oh, yeah.
I have had too many flashbacks of Finley being directly behind me and knowing that, yep, he's coming. I ain't doing nothing about that.
So right now we have our champion fleet on the screen. They are doing their final leg now for their third race. Like we said earlier, there is another race to go, and so these guys aren't done yet. Like we said, the championship fleet has a much larger course than the green fleet. It's almost twice or 3 times the size of the green fleet course, and so they are racing much longer, much more distance, and they are just trying to give it their all at all times.
I recognize some of our guys out there. CJ, Christopher Thompson, and Little D, Dallas Clark. I recognize those 2 tacks anywhere. Standing up and flopping the boat down. The one all the way on the right is Little D in Wasp, which is the boat I used to sail when I was in Opties. And he is loving that boat, and he is sailing it with everything he has.
He's followed close by Craig Carey 311 in the Red Fleet. We have a 545 in the middle of your screen. That's Casey Dean. And 627, Jaden Branchodor. Yeah, so these guys, like we said, they're giving it their all. This is their third out of 4 races. And so they still have more racing to go.
Yep. And this last leg to the finish is almost the most important part of the race, because this is where it's the end of the race and everyone's tired, and that last little bit of stamina kicks in, and you got to finish the race strong or get passed by a boat behind you or catch someone in front of you, and or just hold where you are. And like, that's one of the most important parts of the races, is just like continuing it all the way to the end, and not just for the start or just for the beginning, is finishing the race strong.
Oh yeah, defending your position can be a major advantage.
Yeah, that's a boat.
Super important.
Nice bimini top, boy.
Yeah, but defending your position is going to be very important. When you're in first, you want that race to be as short as possible. But
Yep.
when you're in second or third, you want as much time as you can to try and catch that boat in front of you. And so defending, there's, like we said, so many ways to defend with loose covers, split tacks, close covers. You know, you don't want the competition getting too far away from you. All right, here's our finish coming up here for the championship fleet, race 3 of the Fidelity Opti National Championship. Here they are. Wow, they've gotten very
Boy,
close.
Whoever those are 2 real close boats.
All right, is this our first and second right here?
I believe Finley has overtaken Connor.
Finley has. Yes, he has.
Finley
He's
takes the
overtaken
win.
Connor. Finley takes the win in race 3, and Connor takes second place.
Very hot second.
Wow.
Good racing from both of them. It was a very close race.
Finley has worked his magic on that last upwind. Like we were saying, it's very important to be able to defend your position, but Finley has fought his defense, and he has went on the offense and taken the position from Connor. Beautiful racing from both of them, though. Connor had a very nice lead on that downwind leg, and Finley had to work very hard to take it away from him.
With the breeze picking up, Finley had what he needed.
All right, so we have 3 USA boats coming up to the line right now. All right. As the first USA boat finishing, that is Sullivan. Fourth boat has just crossed the line. That is Elizabeth, our top female. And then in 5th place, we have Everett Beloin from the Southern Yacht Club. Once again, the Southern Yacht Club is being well represented here. Finley is working hard to take that representation away, though.
Yep. We got 2 BAHs coming up. I don't know why I can't read sale numbers, but I cannot figure out.
That's Emmett right there.
Bottom one, yep, that would be Emmett Knowles, my brother. And then 150 is Callum Pritchard. See him up in the mix.
There you go.
He's a very fast sailor, and him and Emmett are going to be doing it out for a while.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, that is Callum's top finish of the regatta so
Yep,
far.
I believe so.
That was a 6th or 7th place finish.
And then 690 down there at the bottom would be Tyrese McKenzie, another one of our ESC sailors, finishing right next to, what? Don't know who that is. And I believe that might have been Leon. Might have been Leon. I could be wrong.
Well done, though. We saw a very competitive
It's a
race.
very good race.
That was very
boy.
interesting.
This whole regatta has been close. Sometimes it's just one sailor just goes out and is like a half a leg ahead of everyone else. Right now, they're all very close.
Yeah, it's a big toss-up right now because we've actually had more than one first-place finisher, which It can be uncommon at times, but we're happy to see it. We're very happy to see it. That means that the racing is not coming down to any one advantage, but in fact, skill level and your different opportunities and decisions during the races. And that is super important for even and fair racing, and that's what we love to see. Right now we have Christian Wells coming through the line from the BNSS. Sorry,
that's
Lorenzo. My apologies.
I was wondering who that was.
It looks like 1-7, but it's 1-1-6.
Lorenzo is the second ESA sailor. Him and Finley are from the Eleuthera Sailing Academy.
All right, now we have Anders Liss coming through from the Southern Yacht Club. Next up, we have a BAH sail. Chase Thompson coming through the line, standing up in his boat as to show style. He is getting extra style points.
Ooh, boy, who we got coming up now?
That is 2 BAHs coming up. Oh, wow. Oh, he is pushing him wide. The starboard boat took right of way, and he's going to push his opponent out of the course. Oh, but he tacks back on the port, and there is a collision at the finish line. That is going to be a protest done right in front of the committee.
They are not getting away from that. That is 1-1-4. That would be Drake Knowles from Long Island.
Knowles. Drake Knowles comes in with a very aggressive finish against the other boat.
I do not see his number. I am trying to figure out who that is.
We are assuming that that is Craig Carey for now. We're not fully sure yet. But Drake did take matters into his own hands, and he kind of said, I'm not too worried about starboard tack.
Yep.
I just want to finish.
That is general Bahamian sloop sailing with a lot of collisions.
That is definitely going to be a protest, though.
Yeah, he's not getting away with that. They're just on the live feed with like 3 committee boats looking right at him. He's in trouble.
Yeah, you want to be very careful. If you're going to sail like that, you have to be careful of how aggressively you're sailing, because even when you try to be aggressive, if you're too aggressive or you take it too far, there is going to be collision. Christian Wells has just come through the finish line. That is sail number 17.
Followed by Dallas Clark, Little D. Know that sailor for sure.
Christian Thompson coming up next. And followed
6'11",
close
I
by
believe.
Caden Burrows.
And CJ, Christopher Thompson. Everyone calls him CJ. Don't know why.
So that is the first 3 quarters of our championship fleet through the finish line now. They're going to be lining up again as Clara Wallace comes through the finish line. They're going to be, you can see they're attacking and they're turning straight back to the starting line. Unlike the Green Fleet, they actually have a separate start and finish line. It's not the same line. And so once they finish, they have to head downwind to the next start.
We got lots of sailors coming through. They're all competing. Each point right here can be very crucial to making a top finish or not. Even if this is like one of their worst races, it still could be a vital race to ending the regatta, because you never know what can happen with the other sailors. They could always have a worse race or a race just as bad. So it doesn't matter. Always sail as fast and as hard as you can, no matter what position you're in, and that's what matters most in a lot of these races.
Oh yeah, every point counts. Every boat that you can get behind you is another point gained and another chance to be even higher up in the ranking. I mean, when it comes down to it, honestly and truly, somebody has to do it at the end of the day, but you just don't want to come last. I mean, if you beat somebody at least once, that's all that matters.
Yep. And someone has to come last, so it happens to everyone. At some point, it happens.
It sucks when it does, but
yeah.
But like we said, we are super, super, super proud of our championship and Green Fleet right now. Green Fleet have already head back to the beach. They are comfortable. They are relaxing, getting ready for the pizza party tonight.
Screaming as they're jumping around in the water with all their sails still up.
And the championship fleet guys, they are still at it, working hard. Like we said, their course is a lot longer, and so they have a lot more time on the water. We're going to go to our comment section real quick. We haven't had a conversation in a while. We have Team Southern getting called on. We have Naaman getting called out twice. SYC, KC, and of course the ESC. And Bryson came second in the Green Fleet. Well done, well done, well done, well done. And goal for Craig Carey in the Red Fleet. Beautiful. If you guys want to drop a comment real quick, we will be more than happy to shout you out. All right, we're going to have a replay real quick of that last race. That's race 3 of the Fidelity Bahamas Optimist National Championship. We're going to be looking at a few parts of the race, a few highlights. This here is our finish. All right.
I believe that's Leon going to the line right now. Oh, nope, that is not Leon. Why does that 116 look like a 5.6?
116, that's Lorenzo.
Yep.
You gotta go. That's Anders List, who just came to the line there. So we're going to be looking at the replay in just a second of the first and second finisher, because we were so surprised when we saw Finley be able to take that lead down, and not only take it down but take it away.
Yeah, that was a really good comeback on Finley's end.
Here we are. That is Finley finishing ahead of Connor.
Barely, just by just enough for it to be comfortable.
So he made this comeback on that final upwind, which is quite difficult to do at times, especially when Connor had such a demanding lead like he did on the downwind leg coming around that downwind mark. So Finley more than likely did some split tacks and kind of got away from him and just got into clean air like we were talking about earlier. It's super, super important. Once he did that, he was able to write his own course and write his own book and get clear of Connor and just commit to that overtake. He did it really well, though, really, really well. But we're going to be listening out. We might have a protest or two coming in from the Green Fleet, and then one or two again coming in from the Championship Fleet. So we're going to be having our ear to the ground, and we're going to give you those updates as they come in to us. And we're also going to send out the official results in the Green Fleet. Go, Michael.
Seems like Naaman has the most supporters as of now.
Naaman definitely has the most supporters.
Naaman has a crowd.
It is close between Naaman and Emmett for who has the most supporters. And then, of course, the Southern Yacht Club watching us there in their home club back home.
Yeah. I know my grandmother is watching on this, Cynthia. She is definitely watching, and a big Emmett supporter.
Emmett has so many fans, and he is getting rooted for this regatta to get crowned the next champion.
Yep, I know our club for sure is rooting for it. He would most likely be the first Opti sailor to make podium. I don't think our club has done that yet in the Optis. We've done it in the Sunfish, done it in the Lasers, in the Sloops, but we've never done it in the Optis. The Optis are an extremely competitive class.
Oh, yeah.
And right now, Emmett is giving it his best, and I have a feeling he's going to be able to make it for Red.
And right now, I mean, the entire Opti fleet of the Bahamas is getting a whole turnover. So right now, the Green Fleet is very, very essential because they are soon going to be coming up as the next level of racers. A lot of the Opti guys have aged out, and they're moving into the other fleets, the other classes and stuff, moving up very quickly. And so we're very excited to see how it goes, and very excited to see who's going to be the next level of Bahamas Opti National sailors. And the next team for the Bahamas. As of right now, Emmett will be aging out, and Callum will be aging out, Nash will be aging out, and
Finley
Will be leaving. So the final race will be starting in about 15 minutes or so. We're going to go to a break, and we will be right back right before that final championship race 4 starts on day 1. Thank you.
Always exciting to witness kids sailing, Bahamas Optimist. I believe this is the second time here in Exuma, put on by the Exuma Sailing Club as host. And this is an exciting occasion for the entire island of Exuma, but also for the children and for the sport of sailing. Exuma being the sailing capital of the Bahamas, it's truly refreshing when we see young people from Abaco and Eleuthera and the USA come to Nassau, come to Exuma to really hone their skills and to compete at this level. I think the future of sailing is bright when we see the number of young people who are participating in this regatta here today. Sailing as a national sport is getting a significant boost, a shot in the arm, if you will, but by the skills learned here that will continue on and advance to sloop sailing, and of course we've been to the Olympics before, so all things are possible. I believe if we could have won Olympic medals back in the day before there was the Exuma Sailing Club and before regattas became so prolific in the Bahamas, I know that we will do it again. This excites me about the national sport. It excites me as an Exumian, and I hope that as we continue to move forward, we move from strength to strength. So I am congratulating the Ministry of Family Island Affairs with responsibility for regattas. They do a spectacular job all across the country, and now we are doing it with the Bahamas Optimist. And this is a great day for Exuma, a great day for sailing, and a great day for the children of our country. It's always exciting.
Hello, this is Martina Pisani. I am from Argentina. I am here with the Bahamas Sailing Association, but I'm helping everybody who needs help, even the Green Fleet or the Champion Fleet. I'm excited to be here and giving my point of view and my experience. So thank you very much for bringing me here.
Good morning, everybody. We're here at the Bahamas Optimist National Championship. I'm joined by Mr. Nathan List out of New Orleans, and he's brought a team down, part of the Southern Yacht Club?
Yes, the Southern Yacht Club out of New Orleans.
Okay, can you tell us about the team that you brought down?
So I'm one of the parents on the team. Our coach, Scott Lindley, is on the U.S. development team, and he encouraged our sailors to come down to the Bahamas. He said it would be an excellent experience for them, and it has not disappointed.
How many sailors have you brought down?
We brought 5 sailors, 4 boys and 1 young woman.
And they're competing in different classes? Or?
They're all competing in the championship class.
Okay, awesome. How do you like the Bahamas so far?
It's been beautiful. Everybody has been very welcoming. We've had a wonderful time.
All right, good luck out there.
Thank you so much.
All right, we're gonna get these buoys ready to go on the championship course.
All right, Dallas. So first day of sailing?
The flag is about to go up, so everyone's about to hit the water. First race should go off in about 50 minutes. We're ready, we're excited.
All right, man. Great stuff. Good morning, Mr. Higgins.
Hi, good morning. How you doing?
Well, for those who don't know, this is Joshua Higgins' father. So they're sailing, deeply rooted in the Higgins family. Of course, Mr. Dwayne Higgins, this is his brother. So Mr. Higgins, I know you're the head coach for the Harbor Island Sailing Club. Tell us about the team and tell us about what you expect over the next couple of days of sailing.
Well, we have a team of 12 young sailors. Most of them are novice. This will be their first regatta in competition. We're expecting them to do their best.
Yeah.
You know, that's all you could expect for them to do. We want them to enjoy the experience, fall in love with sailing, so that the future of sailing could be, set up. So that's what we expect out of our sailors. But we have 12 of them. I think we have 3 girls, 9 boys, and we expect for them to do their best.
Awesome. All right, good luck today.
Thank you very much.
Hey Tyrell, how did you do in the first race?
I did awesome actually.
Yeah?
So
How many races you did so far?
we did 3 so far.
Okay, who did you place in all those races?
I placed fifth twice
Okay,
and 7th once.
okay. Well, one more race to go?
Yes, sir.
All right, man, you're doing great.
So
All right, good job. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great.
All right, can you give us your name?
I'm Sullivan Resnick, aka Sully.
AKA Sully. All right, where are you sailing from?
I'm sailing from Louisiana, Lake Pontchartrain in the United States.
All right, so how was your first race?
It was good. It was very shifty, but I kind of played the middle, and I was in second on the reach in the downwind, and then on the last upwind, I kind of played the left side, and I passed it.
Well, for the first race, you did pretty good. You came in top,
Yes.
top spot. All right, good luck for the second race, all right?
Thank you.
All right, good job.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Fidelity Bahamas Optimist National Championships. We are going to be going to the championship fleet race number 4. This is going to be their final race for day 1. They will start again fresh tomorrow. They will have 3 more races tomorrow. This will give them a total of 7, and so that they can have that throughout race. So when we go out onto the water now, we're going to be starting race 4. We are soon going to start the sequence, and hopefully we don't have a general recall at the start of this race. Thank you.
Yep.
We want to give a quick shout out to everybody watching the stream right now. Thank you so much for tuning in. We are so happy that we're able to even give you this opportunity, and we're so happy that you've taken the opportunity to watch the races live and to see all the hard work these kids are putting in.
Would like to thank again our sponsors for helping make this event possible. We have Fidelity as a sponsor. We have Friends of Exuma, Men's Water Sports, Ministry of Works, the Bahamas Ferries, J.S. Johnson, Augusta Bay, Alive, BTC, Hideaways. This regatta would not even be near possible without all of our sponsors, so thank you all very much. It is essential though.
You guys
are
bring
part of
the
it, yeah.
kids' dreams, make them reality.
Yep. And you should have seen when the kids were opening their swag bags during the award ceremony. They was freaking out like, wait, this hat looks so good. And the glasses, they were really excited when they were opening up their swag bags. It was pretty funny. Yeah.
They were so excited to get sailing in this regatta, though. I mean, this is the most livid I've seen this whole beach, like, in a while. They came down. They were here early this morning before even I arrived. And they were all getting ready, rigging their boats, getting everything all ready, checked over, checked once, checked twice, do it again. And I mean, like I said, they were so excited. You know, racing didn't start until about 8:30. They were here from like 6 o'clock, getting their boats done and completed, and just, you know, that's what excitement does for you.
Yeah, it does.
When you have a passion for the sport, you know, that's what you do. You wake up at 5 a.m. and you're ready for races at 8 o'clock.
Yeah. It was quite weird being here and like watching everyone else rig and like not doing anything. It's just like, why am I not flipping over our boat? It's like there is a feeling specifically being early at a regatta site or a cove and like having your gear and flipping your boat over and putting your sail up. It just makes it so much more intense.
Yeah, it's a different feeling for these guys. I mean, especially the guys in the green fleet, you know, they have this they're all anxious. They're ready to get on the water. I mean, nobody even seemed intimidated, you know what I mean? We have a good number of boats here on the beach and some pretty big names here, but nobody was intimidated. Everybody was just ready to race and see how they did and have a good time on the water.
Yep. They were all very, very excited to just get out on the water. Like, a lot of the green fleeters usually are like super scared when they see a container and all these boats start coming out and all these brand new rigs and sails and like all this stuff, and they like forget everything they learned and they're like super scared to go out on the water, but they're all doing very well this time around.
Oh yeah. I mean, a lot of them were actually on the water before they were even allowed to be.
Yeah.
Luckily, the committee they weren't too strict with them, so they allowed it to happen. The beach isn't super big, but in larger events, you don't want to do something like that. But luckily, like we said, the committee were super lenient. They were very nice to them, and they allowed them to sit in the water until the start of the race.
Yeah.
I mean, if there's one thing that green fleeters love, it's the water. And I
Dude,
don't mean they
find
capsize,
water
but
everywhere.
they love getting in the water after practice, before practice, in between races. You know, after a race is finished, you look over and you see the green fleeters or even some of the championship guys hopping in the water. And I mean, we do it because we can appreciate our water so much. I mean, when you're over somewhere where the water doesn't look as appetizing, you're not really too anxious to get in.
Spend most of the time telling the kids to get out of the water and actually sail than put their boats away or something. They're just like swimming around the whole time.
But it's so great to see the kids have a love for the water like that and see them wanting to get out and about like that. All right, so here we are. We can see our championship guy sitting down at the committee end yet again. This is preparing for race 4 of the Fidelity Bahamas Opti National Championships. This is going to be the final race for the championship guys. They're going to come in after this and get ready for day 2, and day 2 will wrap it up for them. I mean, I bet they're pretty tired at this point. They're going to be pretty excited to get this race done and just head in and finally catch a break.
Yeah.
Like we were saying, their course is pretty long, so they are all stacking up on that committee side. We're actually in sequence right now within 1 minute of the start. We probably have about 45, probably 30 seconds to go to the start. And like I said, just look at these guys, how they sit on this line, and they are just defending their position until the very start of the race.
These kids are really good at being aggressive, and it is intimidating because it looks so peaceful and they're just like holding their spot, but they're all screaming bloody murder at each other trying to get their spot on the line.
So Joss, if you were racing in here right now, where would you have picked to be your favorite position?
Be exactly where this guy on the right is.
The far right?
He has a perfect spot right there because the one behind him, like you see, he started. The one all the way on the right had a clean start. The one coming in after him is a little bit late on the start. But I think, now he's just not holding his lane there, but the boats that punched out in front are going to have a much better start with their clean air versus the boats that are all just slipping back behind and getting bad air.
I am genuinely surprised to have not seen a individual recall for that, because looking at the line, it looked like they were pushing it very, very tight. But just a quick weather update. The wind has dropped down now, just as we expected in the afternoon. We're now down to 8 knots, light chop. The waves have actually calmed down a little bit, and there is still no current in the harbor as per usual. Once again, these are still very good conditions for these sailors and for competitive racing. We are checking our wind vane, and the wind has never been so steady. It is sitting in one spot and barely oscillating. So this is really good, like we said, making for very good competition, and we should see some very even racing. You can always tell when the wind is not very favorable, because the two teams are now splitting opposite sides of the course, and so like we said, it's not oscillating and switching back a whole lot, so it's not changing direction a lot, and so they can take that chance and sail off to one side and not be too worried, because the wind is not going to switch back on a dime.
And you can see the whole fleet is very good. At the slightest shift, they all fall back and tack on one side. Like, the majority of the boats are on starboard tack right now, and those that have air are on starboard tack. And you'll see when the wind changes, the entire fleet is slowly just gonna all just tack back onto the next tack, and they all just kind of move as one group.
Yeah.
Still too soon to identify any specific leaders or sailors right now, but they all seem to be doing quite good. A lot of them have clean air. A lot of very close contact, like that at the bottom just now. It was a near collision, but that was a tack.
Luckily, when you get up to this level of racing like these guys with these skills and such, penalties rarely ever come from boat-to-boat contact. You know, they know their boat, like we said, and they know how to react to different things, and so it's very rare that you would see them actually colliding into each other like that or having a very rough collision. Now, at times there would be, you know, a bit of contact, a nudge or a nip right there and then or something like that, but these guys are really good at keeping their boats clean. And, you know, when you get up to that level, you have a real nice, shiny Opti. You have some nice spars and a good sail. You don't really want to rip it or break it up hitting other guys. So
And for those of you who don't know, sailing is a very, very, very expensive sport. And like the spars, which is what holds the sail under the boat, a brand new one of those would cost about almost $800 for a small Opti like this. And these are the small boats. And the bigger they are, the more expensive they get. So each scratch, each mark, every little thing causes like a lot of money and work to repair all these boats.
Yeah, so it is most definitely in their best interest to keep clear from each other. And just like Josh said, as they get bigger, they get even more expensive. And so, they're learning these skills early on how to avoid contact, how to avoid collisions, so that when they get better and when they get into the bigger classes and into the better boats, they don't even have that problem of worrying about it anymore. Once they get used to the boat, they know how to maneuver and they know how to keep clear.
Every club has their Mr. Fix-It. Ours is Mr. Eric. He is really good at putting epoxy and mixing up glue and fixing boats. Every club has one of those because, especially when you're teaching kids how to sail, there's going to be lots of collisions and breakages.
It's bound to happen.
Oh yeah. And you always got to have one guy that's really good at mixing up a lot of glue and slapping it on a boat. And Eric is our guy for that. He's extremely good at what he does. Yeah. Fleet seems to be spreading out and opening up now.
This is definitely the most spread out we've seen the fleet by far. Now, not exactly by gap, but I mean just moving across the course and using the entirety of the course. In some of the earlier races, as you saw, they were a bit closer together, kind of sitting on the same tacks with one another. But this time, like we said, the wind is lowered down a little bit, and it's also not oscillating as much as it was. And so they're kind of taking that opportunity and spreading out a bit more and looking for better things, bigger things, off to the sides. So it's really nice to see this type of competitive racing.
That white boat in the middle, but is amongst all the Optis, that is the jury boat, which Lori Lowe will be on inspecting and penalizing boats that do not follow the rules, or if there's a collision or a buoy touch. She is allowed to be in there amongst the boats, giving as little wake as possible, but it has to be close enough to see if kids are cheating, because if they are like sculling, which is like shaking their tiller and moving the boat, which is highly illegal, and you can't see that from the drone, so they have to be up there close and watching and making sure the kids are not doing something wrong.
Yeah.
And when that boat is driving immediately behind you, it is quite intimidating. You don't want to do a single thing on accident which may look like you're cheating.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier when we said that Emmett got yellow flagged. That means that the lovely Lori Lowe caught him doing something illegal on the starting line, whether that be pumping, rolling, sculling, something that was propelling the boat outside of just wind and sail. And so he got a yellow flag for that, and he had to do two penalty turns for that. All right, so we are coming up to our top mark right now. We're trying to figure out who our top boat is. All right, and so if our information is correct, that would mean that Emmett is right now holding pole position on race 4 of Championship Fleet. We were just talking about him.
Really good for Emmett. I would move him up in the Red Fleet and keep him, because I believe Callum is also in the Red Fleet, who he was very close with on the last race.
Okay, that's definitely Emmett because he just sailed just
Emmett.
windward and tacked.
Yeah, that would be Emmett.
Emmett is an absolutely wonderful match racing sailor. He knows how to defend the position very, very, very well. He knows how to keep his boat in between his opponent and the next mark. But he also has to pay attention to keeping his eyes on more than one boat. And so it's very important that he keeps his mindset spread wide open, not only on second place, but he also has to watch for third and fourth. But he's doing very well as of right now. So we're hoping that Emmett can hold this lead to the first windward mark, and we will keep you with that update, of course. Yes, sir, that is Emmett Knowles in first place as of right now. He is right now on port tack, moving from the left side of your screen to the right. As soon as the wind lightened up, Emmett Knowles took the lead. We're possibly going to see a covering tack coming from him soon as he comes across the bow of a USA boat.
That USA boat, I believe, would be Connor.
That's Connor there then.
Yep.
Okay.
And Finley is all the way on the left, just tacked below Trayshawn McKenzie, who is now in 3rd to 4th place, which is an extremely good position for him.
Trayshawn is in 3rd right now. That is a wonderful position for him. That is his highest finish so far, his highest position.
That is Tyrese McKenzie's brother. There are lots of brothers out here racing. He just did a tack directly behind one of the U.S. boats. He is doing an extremely good job this race.
The ESC is being well represented in the top half of the fleet right now, as well as the Bahamas in general. Emmett has now taken the slightly risky move of moving over to the right side by himself, and he's now coming back. And it is possible that Connor may have him here, but Emmett does have the right of way. So we're going to see how it all plays out. Here they are. They're on the starboard ley line. Okay, Connor has the lead now. Connor now takes the lead from Emmett Knowles. Connor is tacking onto the starboard ley line.
Connor has the lead this time. Let's not jinx him. He can finish it.
All right, Emmett is going to have to complete a double tack below Connor so that he can make the mark.
That was a good tack on Emmett's end, though, but lost very little. Emmett is coming around 2nd at the upwind mark.
So they are now on their 2nd leg. Connor is in 1st. Emmett Knowles in 2nd.
Finley in 3rd.
Finley McKinney is in 3rd place. So right now they are lining up very nicely. Connor does not have a very large gap. Emmett has a decent gap. And Finley does not have a very large gap to the boat behind him. And so they are going to have to be very careful about what they do on this 2nd leg and this downwind.
Unsure about the boat in 4th, but the boat in 5th is Trayshawn McKenzie holding on to where he is.
Very nice. Very, very nice.
Wonderful position for him.
Trayshawn must have had a very nice start. Like we said, starts are worth about 70% of your race. They are super, super important to how you finish and how you do during the race.
Trayshawn this is his first regatta in the championship fleet. Last Opti Nationals, he was top boy in the green fleet. He didn't win it, but he was top boy. So this is his first time competing in the championship fleet in the Opti Nationals, and he is doing an amazing job for this race right here.
This is such a beautiful fleet. They are so well compressed and so well matched. I mean, when you see a fleet together this well and, you know, like a proper line coming up to the buoy, that means that the skill level is right there. They're right next to each other. They're all, you know, they're super close, so the racing is real nice and competitive.
Yeah. Boy, we have a heck of a race right here. Now Finley is in 3rd and has to hold off
Trayshawn.
No, Trayshawn is the boat in 5th. I believe that boat in 4th, just by the last few races, is probably Sully, because I see USA, but I haven't gotten his numbers. It could be another US sail, but that is where Sully has been most of the races.
So far, Emmett has closed the gap on Connor. Are we possibly going to see an overtake before the first reach mark going on to the downwind? We are going to see right now.
Because right here, the boat that would be behind would have an advantage in being able to take the wind of the boat in front.
And I can promise you, Emmett will be applying all match racing strategy on this downwind because he does have a slightly comfortable lead on McKinney right now.
Emmett is very good at taking people's wind. I have learned that the hard way. He's extremely good at that.
Emmett is a real good match racer, man.
Boy, we have a close race right here.
Very competitive race on the last day. You know, like we said, running out of energy it's a real thing that's going to happen during these last couple of races, and you start to notice it. You know, you start to notice some of the smaller guys, they might slow down because they're running out of energy. You know, they're getting tired. You know, they're not attacking the course like they were on that first race or that second race. And so you can see the leaderboards change sometimes when you have a lot of racing and a lot of distance to cover, especially in this type of heat. It can be very easy to get tired. So just a quick update. We have Connor right now is in 1st. 2nd is Emmett Knowles of the ESC. And 3rd is McKinney.
Still trying to determine that boat in 4th. It is a USA sail, just cannot get the digits. We have lots of family and friends watching in the chat. We have the grandfather of Craig. We have the grandmother of Emmett. We have lots of relatives and cousins watching from the chat.
I bet they're excited to see how this race plays out.
Yep.
All right, here we are switching to the land view. You can kind of see that lead a bit better and how they are divided up.
The looks are very deceiving because from the drone, he looked like he was right next to him. All right. Let's see.
I believe that's Elizabeth.
Yeah, that might be.
That would have to be 5-5.
Emmett had a interesting jab around that mark just now. He decided to jibe. Connor did not, which is going to be a risky move on both their ends because it's determined to see which angle is faster. Yep, that is Elizabeth in 4th place.
Right? No. Yep.
Yep.
All right, so that is our top 4 as of right now. It is Connor of the Southern Yacht Club, Emmett Knowles of the Exuma Sailing Club, Finley McKinney, and Elizabeth. 1, 2, 3, and 4. They have actually gained a quite comfortable lead on some of the other boats going from 5th and beyond, and so this is going to be a close race between 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Now right here is, you can see half of the boats in the top 4 have their sails on one side and the other half have it on the other. It appears that, yeah, Connor has jibed since the mark, and yeah, the 2 boats behind are on starboard tack, the 2 boats in front are on port tack. So the boats behind would be taking a more risky move, keeping their sails on that side, but it could pay off. And the boats in front are going to have a harder time holding off the boats in the back because the boats in the back are able to take the wind of the 2 boats in the front.
Boy, I'm not sure how long Connor can hold this lead. Emmett is really working down on him there, sailing by the lee and trying to cut through that wave as best as he can.
From this angle, he has a pretty good sailing angle.
He is pretty low to leeward, but I wonder where his ladder lines are in comparison to Emmett. Now, in the end, they are both getting shadowed by Elizabeth and Finley. And so they are definitely getting caught by both of them while they're trying to catch each other.
And it is a fine line in sailing between focusing on the race and focusing on competitors, because if you focus too much on racing with the boats around you, then the boat in 5th and 6th are just going to pass all of you guys.
Absolutely.
And messing with the boats around you.
Yep. So it's very important to spread your mindset wide and far so that you're not just watching for the person you're sailing right next to, but also the persons behind you, the persons 2 boat lanes behind you, and also those who may be challenging your position even further back, because in an instant, the race course can change around and, you know, you might be racing somebody who was in 5th you didn't think was a problem. All right, this is our sky view again. So we are more than likely looking at a split in the course, looking at Emmett and Connor going to the right-hand side of our screen and Elizabeth and Finley heading to the left-hand side of our screen. And so this might just be a split, and the lovely Lori Lowe is sitting close behind them. She is sitting very close.
Yep.
She is watching for any infractions, like we talked about, propelling the boat without just wind power. And so she is watching very close on these top 4 boats because she knows that the top 4 boats are the ones who are going to do it because 1, they know how to do it, and 2, they're going to want it they're going to want that win the most.
So it would not be too surprising right now if one of those boats was to do a spin from getting flagged by Lori, but she seems quite happy.
Yeah, she seems happy to see what she sees.
Yep. Connor and Finley just jibed. Right now, Emmett is now the only boat on port tack, which might be a little bit risky, but all of these boats, it depends on the gate they're going to. If they go to the right side of the downwind gate, then they want to be on the starboard jibe. If they want to go to the left side, they want to be on the port jibe.
Yeah, it seems as though Connor has changed his mind. during this regatta, we've seen Connor take the left-hand side gate consistently, but Emmett has actually taken the right-hand side
he
gate
has.
once before, and so he might be doing that yet again. Well, it's a pretty blatant split now, so it is possible that Emmett is going to be going for a Hail Mary split tack.
That is risky, boy.
That is very risky, but like we talked about earlier, it's high risk, high reward, and so if he does something right, he can be taking the lead away from Connor. But if he does something wrong, Connor will take it right back.
Connor is going to be going to the left gate on our screen, which is going to be quite risky because he has two boats directly behind him, so he has to have his gate rounding very smoothly. Emmett is even more risky going to the right side of the gate, which if this pays off, he's going to be the hero, but if it doesn't, he's going to hear it from everyone watching this right now. But we're going to see.
So right now, Connor has rounded first. He is leading race number
Connor is in
4.
first.
Leading race number 4 of the championship.
Fall Finley is going to seize that opportunity if he doesn't touch that buoy.
Ooh, wow.
Well
that is some
done,
very
Finley.
skillful maneuvering we saw just now.
That was very skillful because now you see Finley is to the right side of Elizabeth, which means he has the advantage in this situation.
We will
if
see
he is
Finley
fast.
tack very soon.
And it has now left our screen, so let's hope for his sake that it pays off. There are 4 boats, and 3 of them are going to one side, and he's splitting on his own.
So this is definitely the most spread out we've seen the course in a little bit. These top 4 boats have taken a quite demanding lead, I must say, from 5th and beyond. They've opened up the gap a bit, and so now what they're going to do is this final leg, they're going to be focusing on each other. They're not too worried about those other boats, and so now they're going to start focusing on each other and trying to beat each other to this final mark. So you can see these 3. These are on the left-hand side of your screen. That's Connor, Finley, and Elizabeth going from top down. And they are going to be fighting on the left-hand side. And Emmett has decided to stick it to the right and say, I'm going to go over here. It's going to pay. Trust me.
And either he is going to come back and cross all of them by a lot, or he is going to get destroyed. So we're going to find out soon enough.
We have big hopes. We have big hopes. From where we are right now, it may look like the finish line is slightly in the right-hand side favor.
Yep.
For Emmett's hope.
Ooh, if you look here, Finley
is actually inside the boat. It is lightened up so much.
And they gotta watch. So if you take your rudder and you go left and right super fast, it's called sculling, which is actually illegal. Finley is. Technically, he's not sculling, but if Laurie was right there behind him, I'm sure he would stop doing that pretty quick.
He would get talked to at least. He might not get flagged, but he might get a warning.
It's looking a little fishy.
Now, I'm genuinely surprised that Finley stayed in this position from the downwind mark. Yeah, I really would have thought he would have tacked, but he decided to stay here and kind of hang on to the position and try to stick it out. So we're going to see how it goes.
If you can see, Elizabeth is actually sailing very well in comparison to Finley, because when they first came around the upwind mark, Finley was directly close, right next to Elizabeth.
Right.
In fact, almost able to touch the back of her boat with his hand. And now it has opened up. And who is that there? I think that might be...
That's 5th place there.
Is that? It looks
that's
like
Lorenzo.
Yeah,
Yep, that's Lorenzo there.
Lorenzo. Following his fellow Eleuthero buddy off to the left side.
They have faith in the left. And the Exumian has gone right.
Yep. Yeah, that might be Tyrese right there in the middle that just attacked. Tyrese McKenzie. Not sure, but that tack definitely looked like something he would have done, the way he tacked.
Emmett is going very far off to the right-hand side. He's actually out of view of the drone, but we can see him on the shore camera here.
Right. Yeah, that is Tyrese directly on our screen. But Emmett, yeah, we can see from where we're sitting, he has not tacked yet and is just sending it all the way to the right.
He is going for a what we call banking the corner. He has just completed his tack, and now he's coming back to the left-hand side. This is going to be a very, very, very interesting situation.
Moment of truth. Right now, it's between Elizabeth, Finley, Connor, and Emmett. Let's see who takes the title. A serious race right here, boy.
The last race of the day, and they decided to go all out for it.
And if Emmett does not cross, if he loses more than 3 of them, he is going to hear about it.
I mean, at how close they are, if he loses to 1, he might just lose to all 3.
Yeah, that's the problem.
They are like right next to each other.
That shows his confidence as a sailor, though, looking at the 3 of them and saying, I know a better side, and going there.
Yep. Emmett is taking a very bold decision, and he is very confident in his skill level.
Is that Emmett there? Yep, Emmett has tacked on the right side of the screen.
Emmett is still continuing left.
Emmett looks like he has dropped back a little bit and hasn't paid a lot going to the right yet, but it still could pay off before the end of the upwind.
Miss Lori is following Emmett all throughout the course. So right now, our possible leader is between Finley and Elizabeth because Connor has actually dropped down leeward quite a bit. So we're going to see how this pans out. We might have a female finishing first in race 4.
Emmett has tacked onto starboard and is dipping all 3 of these boats. That stinks for Emmett.
He lost to the 3 of them.
Did not gain.
So then that means that the race 4 right now is in the hands of Elizabeth as she leads the race going up the final leg, and Finley McKinney is challenging her very closely about 3 boat lengths leeward of her. And they possibly don't have any more tacks to go. This may be 1 tack to the finish. So this will more than likely be a drag race between the boat speed of Elizabeth and Finley.
Come on. Well, at least the vital thing about sailing is not when you lose, is you learn from it. Every time you get beat and you don't win a race, you learn why you didn't win that race.
Elizabeth is setting herself up very nicely right now for a first place finish, and she is keeping that windward position on Finley. And as long as she can keep her bow high and keep the boat speed on, then she may be set up for a bullet here in the Fidelity Bahamas Optimist National Championships. Connor has unfortunately dropped out of the image.
But from looking out onto the ocean where we can see, he is to the right of these boats right now. He is to the right side of them for sure.
I mean, I do feel bad for Connor. That is the second time he has lost the lead from the downwind mark coming up to the upwind. So it is possible that he has more stamina during the start of the race and during that first leg than he does in the last one.
And you could see these 2 boats after the gate, they went to the left side, and Connor and Emmett both tacked and went to the right before them. So the left side tended to pay more than the right side.
Elizabeth is still defending very well right now. She has officially signed her name on the bill and says, I am entering a match race with you, Finley, and we are going to fight this out until the finish. And I think Finley will soon be going for his maneuver. And if I'm not mistaken, Elizabeth will be very close to follow. Here is Connor now coming into the bottom of your screen, and Finley goes in for the tack to cover Connor. Elizabeth follows very closely. She's keeping her bow ahead, and she's staying leeward of Finley. Now it is going to be a drag race to the finish. Once again, Finley is bailing his boat out to keep it as light as possible, and he is moving his body around. You can see that main sheet moving, his body moving, and Elizabeth is just trying to keep her stern in front of Finley's bow to put on as much bad air and as much pressure as he can.
This looks just like at the downwind gate. The finish is straight ahead, orange buoy at the top right of the screen. And right now, technically, Elizabeth could cross Finley if she was attacked, but if she slips or messes up her tack, Finley has right of way. So he can call starboard on her, and if there's a collision or if Finley has to alter course, she will be penalized.
Now,
will cause Finley to pass her.
I would not be surprised if Finley goes for a Hail Mary here and decides to tack off early and try to force her to tack and cause her to slip up, just like you were talking about.
Yeah.
More maneuvers mean more opportunities for an accident. But right now, as it stands, Elizabeth is doing very well. She's keeping her boat speed on. She's going in for the tack now. This will be her tack to the finish line.
And she crosses Finley.
She's clean cutting Finley right now. As we're coming up to the finish line, this is her final tack, and she will be crossing through the line. Race number 4 of the Fidelity Bahamas Optimist National Championship, and we have a female American sailor finishing first on the final race of day 1.
Yeah.
That is Elizabeth from the Southern Yacht Club. Well done, very well done. Finley McKinney crossing through the line right behind her.
Finley is a hot second. Oof.
That is Connor now coming up.
No, that's Sullivan just crossed.
That's Sullivan.
Yep, Sullivan crossed. Sullivan crossed Leon.
Sullivan and Leon, and then
That is Connor there.
that's
to
Connor
windward.
there coming up. Wow,
Connor and
Leon got caught
Leon.
by 2 boats at the finish. That is
Here
disheartening.
we go. Oh, yep. Looks
Very
like Connor
close.
will most likely take that finish.
Yeah, Connor got that one.
I'll yell at him later.
So it would be Elizabeth, Finley, and who got third just then? Yeah, Sullivan got third, then Connor, then Lorenzo, or not Lorenzo. Sorry.
That was very unfortunate
Leon.
for Emmett, Leon,
Yeah,
and
Emmett,
for
rough
McKinney. They have all 3 been edged out by a Southern Yacht Club sailor.
Yeah, man, coming to the finish.
Like we were talking about earlier, it's high risk, high reward, and right now his reward unfortunately did not pay off. So he is coming back into the finish after a right-hand side tack, and it is not going to be the result that he was hoping for. But he did very well. He still held his placement. He did not lose that many positions. Well done by Emmett.
You can see they're rounding the mark, letting their sails out, knowing they have no more races to do. They get to come back in and de-rig.
Yep.
But
Their
they
day is
cannot.
finally over.
Yeah, they can't come straight down because then they will have contact and hit some of the other boats around them, and they can be disqualified from the race still. Even though they finished, if they mess up someone else, that can be a big problem for them.
Yeah. But man, that was a super intense race. Well done by them. Absolutely beautiful racing. We have a straight line of boats coming up to the finish right
Boy.
now.
That is
All coming up to the finish on port tack, but
quite satisfying.
once again, they have done so well, so well. Soon we're gonna bounce to a replay of the downwind rounding, the upwind first mark, and the finish between Elizabeth and Finley, and the finish between Leon and the other 2 Southern Yacht Club boats. That is so great to see, though. A female has finished first at the Fidelity Bahamas
Indeed.
Optimist National. I am so proud to see that.
In championship, there are only 3 female sailors in the championship fleet, and there are 5 in the green fleet.
Yeah.
5 females in the green fleet, 3 in the championship fleet.
Yeah, but I'm super proud to see them well represented here.
Yep, they did great.
The Southern Yacht Club, they have been putting up some serious numbers over today, and they've been showing that they are here and they are ready to fight, and they want the championship for sure.
Yep. Finley isn't letting them have it easy, though.
Yeah, Finley is definitely putting the pressure on. He's been putting it on from the very start.
Yeah.
And Emmett has been really trying to put that pressure on. He's been doing well a couple of times,
Yeah.
but
his first laps are always extremely good. He
Yeah.
just drops a little bit. On
his
the
first
second
couple
lap.
of legs were really nice.
I believe Finley is probably first overall because he has gotten a first and then seconds and first consistently.
Right.
He has been constantly up there in the mix, and consistency is what matters. I'm not 100% sure what Elizabeth got the first few races.
Yep.
But it was not in the top 3 for sure. So that
She
would
definitely
help Finley out.
finished in the top 7 in the first race, but the top 5 on the other ones.
Yep.
So well done by all of them, I must say. It was really, really good racing. Super good stuff. We still have a couple of the championship guys coming to the finish line. Oh, man, but I really thought it was going to be a duel to the finish between Connor and Emmett.
Yeah, they came out of nowhere.
But
and
it was a
caught up
complete
way.
turnaround, man. It was Elizabeth and Finley. I wasn't even expecting that.
Yeah. And Leon kind of showed up out of nowhere, too.
Yeah,
boy.
Leon as
He
well.
just,
Leon just kind of popped out.
Yeah.
And then
That was a good
the
race.
2 Southern Yacht Club guys, they were just like, nope, we're taking that back. That's super cool to see, though. So right now our possible overall leader is Finley McKinney, according to what we've seen so far. Elizabeth is definitely leading the female division.
Oh, yeah.
And Connor is another contender for a top position. Emmett and Sullivan.
Yeah.
All 4 of them are going to be our top names for this regatta, and so we're going to be watching them very closely, seeing what they do and how they finish. And just hoping for a good day tomorrow. So tomorrow they're going to be popping off with 3 races in the morning.
Yep.
That'll be their final 3.
After.
Yep.
There will be 3 trophies for each class. There will be 3 for red, blue, white, and there will be 3 for a green fleet. So each class will get 3 trophies. White fleet has 3 boats, so now they're just competing for who gets first and second and third. They're each going home with a trophy, which is very comforting for some of them.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yep.
Just once again, before we close out everything, we want to give shout-outs to Fidelity, J.S. Johnson, Bahamas Fast Ferries for sending down the container, the Ministry of Works, Friends of Exuma. They're a large supporter of the ESC. We thank them for all their help throughout the years.
Yeah.
Men's Water Sports for allowing us, for giving us the committee boats and helping us to run the races. Hideaways Hotel, of course, wouldn't be possible without them, and Augusta Bay, our neighbors for 14 years and still going. To Alive and BTC for the bags that they gave us, and to all the clubs and associations that came down, and to, of course, Gray's Media Productions, which is helping us live stream this beautiful and competitive event. And to the race committee, of course, and to all the juries on the water, the coaches on the water, and the BSA in general. Thank you for all your help, for all the support that you've given us, not only this weekend, but over all the support that you've given all the sailors, all the teaching, all the regattas that you've given us to give these kids a learning opportunity and to facilitate so much awesome sailing. And we also want to give a shout out to all the viewers who joined us live, to everybody who watched us and cheered us on, cheered on the sailors, cheered on all their family and friends. Give them a shout out. And be sure to join us tomorrow again at 10 o'clock, where we will have the final showdown, the closing races, as well as the final ceremony in the evening to crown the Bahamas Optimist National Champion of 2024. Thank you.
Kids are very, very good because they're not only just
Waving at
going
the camera.
downwind, they're leaning while waving, while working their boat going downwind.
While waving. All right.
Oh yeah, that jibe
Very nice
is
job.
very nice.
All right, let's see the rounding.
If you touch that buoy, we're all gonna watch. Clear rounding, no buoy contact. Wow, he is the perfect size for an opti. Some of the other guys that are leaving are getting a little bigger, but he is gonna be working very hard in this breeze.
All right, Finley McKinney has made the decision to follow him around that marker, and he's going on the same side as him. And now they are going to be defending. It's going to be in Connor's best interest to defend as best he can. You can see he just tacked back, so that was another match racing strategy that he just implied that allows him to better cover the boat that just came around the downwind mark. That's a double tack, and he's going to be doing a loose cover. All right, like we said, you can see some of these guys once they come around as possible, and then they get back underway sailing. Because it is in their best interest, like we said, to have these boats tuned in as best as possible, and you want everything absolutely dialed in, because in the long run, in a race like this with championships this close and so much on the line, you want to do it to the very best of your ability at all times. And so these guys much rather take the opportunity and take the situation and do it as best you can.
Yep. This is going to be a very close race because with the wind picking up, the smaller guys are going to have to be hiking harder to keep their boats down.
Yeah, we see a bit of leaning going on now. Yeah.
And the more wind, the happier the larger sailors are. They want more breeze.
So just in case you're curious, we do have one more race after this. This will allow the championship fleet to get in all four. And that will allow them to have that throughout race like we were talking about earlier, which can make the racing even more competitive and even closer, because this gives them the chance, like we said, to throw away their worst race and to not have to worry about a really bad start or a situation that might have messed them up.
Now looks can be very deceiving right here because from this camera angle it looks like Finley is like way ahead of all of them, but because of it being from the side, we can't fully know what the angle is because they could still be ahead, but because of it being from this angle, you can't tell who is where.
Sailing is a lot about perspective. We got a coach boat getting towed in.
Oh boy, we have nothing but boats breaking down this regatta, man.
Is that Higgins? That is Higgins,
yep,
isn't it?
That is.
That's the second time he's gotten towed.
Yep, I think I know exactly what's wrong with that boat. We got green fleeters in here jumping off the dock and swimming into the water, excited from their races, having a great time.
It's been a really good regatta.
Oh, almost got hit by an opti just now. Oh my gosh.
But like we said, we're super happy to see the skill level that the green fleeters are running with right now. It is a step up from what we've seen before. I mean, the teaching and the learning, all of it has taken a major step up. A lot of the clubs, a lot of the smaller clubs and even the bigger clubs, after they've had so many years of experience, they've just learned how to teach the kids and what's the best thing for them to learn first, second, and so on and so forth. And the kids are just picking it up so quickly, and they're just grabbing it and running with it. All the info that the coaches and stuff are pouring into them, they're just taking it and they're running with it. There's so many kids, after they rig up their boats in the green fleet, they're asking their coaches to come here and look over this and check over that and make sure that it's all up to standard and make sure that it's the best that it can be, because, like we said, these guys, they really want to win. They really want it.
Got some of the green fleeters out there are still on their way back in, and they just have finished and are coming back into the cove. I think there's only like 4 or 5 more green fleets still out there. Now they got to come in and put away all their boats.
Championship fleet is still racing. They are now heading up to the finish line from the downwind gate. Last we checked out, Connor was in first and Finley McKinney was trying his best to run him down. We are more than likely going to see a split tack from Finley. He's going to try to get away from Connor as best he can and get away and get fast. But Connor's not going to allow it. He's more than likely going to cover him for that last couple of meters from the downwind gate up to the finish line and take care of that business.
Yep.
So we're going to be very interested to see what situations they use. Like we talked about, there's many decisions to make, especially in the championship fleet. You have so many options, not just from the gate, but from your attacking, your tactics, who you want to cover and how you want to cover them.
Yeah, because it is almost more terrifying when you are the leading boat and you have a really fast sailor like Finley directly behind you trying to catch up to you, and knowing if you make one wrong tack or you slip once and he's just going to take that and run with it.
Yep. Scary to have a Martine student behind you.
But they are both very competitive sailors, so they will have a very good race.
Oh, yeah.
I have had too many flashbacks of Finley being directly behind me and knowing that, yep, he's coming. I ain't doing nothing about that.
So right now we have our champion fleet on the screen. They are doing their final leg now for their third race. Like we said earlier, there is another race to go, and so these guys aren't done yet. Like we said, the championship fleet has a much larger course than the green fleet. It's almost twice or 3 times the size of the green fleet course, and so they are racing much longer, much more distance, and they are just trying to give it their all at all times.
I recognize some of our guys out there: CJ, Christopher Thompson, and Little D, Dallas Clark. I recognize those 2 tacks anywhere. Standing up and flopping the boat down. The one all the way on the right is Little D in Wasp, which is the boat I used to sail when I was in Opties. And he is loving that boat, and he is sailing it with everything he has.
He's followed close by Craig Carey 311 in the red fleet. We have a 545 in the middle of your screen. That's Casey Dean. And 627 Jaden Branchodor. Yeah, so these guys, like we said, they're giving it their all. This is their third out of 4 races. And so they still have more racing to go.
Yep. And this last leg to the finish is almost the most important part of the race, because this is where it's the end of the race and everyone's tired, and that last little bit of stamina kicks in, and you got to finish the race strong or get passed by a boat behind you or catch someone in front of you, and or just hold where you are. And like, that's one of the most important parts of the races, is just like continuing it all the way to the end, and not just for the start or just for the beginning, is finishing the race strong.
Oh yeah, defending your position can be a major advantage.
Yeah, that's a
super important.
Nice bibbity top, boy.
Yeah, but defending your position is going to be very important. When you're in first, you want that race to be as short as possible. But when you're in second or third, you want as much time as you can to try and catch that boat in front of you. And so defending, there's, like we said, so many ways to defend with loose covers, split tacks, close covers. You know, you don't want the competition getting too far away from you. All right, here's our finish coming up here for the championship fleet, race 3 of the Fidelity Opti National Championship. Here they are. Wow, they've gotten very close.
Whoever those are 2 real close boats.
All right, is this our first and second right here?
Bye, kids.
I believe Finley has overtaken Connor.
Finley has. Yes, he has.
Finley
He's
takes the
overtaken
win.
Connor.